100 average. You can see Waylander's a little bit far behind as well. So the good thing is, obviously, when you're going up against AK-47s, you don't need head armor. So body armor, M4s, one kit on towards Mo as well. They have got the smokes, no incendiaries. Still will be a difficult round. This will be one of the times where they want to be flashing into a certain area, maybe checking out A main after 30 seconds or so, trying to get a bit of intel here. When you've got such limited utility and only one kit as well, you want to make sure you try and get a man advantage, try and take something towards the terrorists here. We'll see what they bring to the table. Very default setup so far, and looking like a more faster round from MVS. Boosting up straight away. Mo gets taken down by Apex, and now they have got full mid control as well.
Good Molotov to clear out the sandbags, but it's happy onto a Dren that will make this even more difficult for Gambit. They try to get aggressive once more. Doja flashed out. Apex already at highway, had no idea. He wanted to try and take back A main, get some information for his team, but unfortunately the Sex God doesn't get to make the sexy play. He gets cut off entirely by Apex, and now he's only wrapping back through CT. This will trap the defense inside of the B site as the bomb's on A. There's no chance to even get an early rotation in.
Yeah, I actually really like this from MVS. They're reading the money situation very well. No, it hasn't been recovered just yet, but Hooch doing everything he can. Is burning alive there. Goes down to 3 HP, but they're going to be aware of his position. This should be an easy kill for Happy. Put your nades away, my friend. Let's finish him off. There it is. And now Waylander stuck in an impossible situation. He is towards that B-bomb site, actually at the back, but looks like MVS don't care. They want to hunt him down right now. But as the point I was making is they've been doing very slow default plays so far, MVS, and now mixing it up, taking advantage of the spawn they had, boosting 3 players over, and just wrecking Mo as they went over the top.
So Waylander actually did spot Apex, didn't fire him at first because he wanted to make sure he got information on the right side first, where Happy was playing from tunnels. However, that's changed because Happy snuck by, it walks in slowly and still gives Waylander the chance to save this gun.
The money's very healthy for MVS right now, so this isn't a huge deal. Obviously, it's great for Waylander. He's picking up a little bit of extra cash. He does go down in the end. The hands of Devil there. So 5-4, and actually 4 in a row for MVS as well. The money broken once again for Gambit. Let's see what they've got right now. It's about 3K, and doesn't look like they'll be investing just yet. But MVS definitely coming to life now after that. What was their initial 5-0 deficit. Change of pace here, and it's actually Kenny S, who hasn't really had to be massively on point here. Do you know what we've seen him the last few tournaments, like carrying them almost to the Titan levels that's mentioned on the analyst desk. He's actually had a very relatively quiet game. It's Apex has been stepping up the entry kills. MBK has been strong as well. Here we go, round number 10. Should be another throwaway round here. Can't really see Gambit doing anything with this.
Devil this time going to just hold the quick angle from the drop position. Kenny with AWP trying to make a fast play. Hooch is going to get caught by this, but it is 2 more inside of the site. 3 more, in fact, as a Dren is also boosted up by that generator position. Good read, though, by Team Envious. Happy's gotten all the way through middle as well. He'll be able to cut them off on the rotation. This should be a fairly straightforward round.
This round's over. Just looking forward to the next round. Obviously, mid's been an actual massive problem for Gambit in these last 2 or 3 rounds, so I'd assume the adjustment will be coming in next. We saw NIP doing it yesterday. The 3 players towards middle, when it starts to become a problem, you have 2 options of that kind of methodology. You can actually attack it or leave middle completely. Leaving one person there to kind of get information who's getting taken down almost every single round isn't that effective. So you either play the AWP towards the quad area, or you send 3 CTs there at the start and try and push them back and not allow them to have full control of the map in that sense. So we'll see what approach Gambit brings to the table. Their money should be rectified by next round. It's a full loss bonus of 5 stages next round, so $4,400 on top of the 2K they already have. So we could go for the double AWP setup as well. That would be very viable in this situation also. What do you think, Matt?
I think it's time to win rounds for Gambit.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking as well.
5-0 up, down 5-5 as Kenny gets Doja to close it out. Again, all 5 players stay alive, and it's a best of 1. It's an elimination match. You almost think, we talked about this yesterday, maybe an early timeout. You've got an advantage that's now dissolved massively, and you're only going to make the job harder when you go over to the terrorist side. You finally got money for the buy. No timeout this one, perhaps thinking they can keep this closer, but if this slips away, you might look back and say, why didn't they at this time? Because obviously Envious is caught on, like you say, being a lot more dynamic in their approach. And Gambit's not really changed much to compensate the difference. Mo's going to go on the opposite single this time. It looks like it's going to be another quick default in toward A main with Apex and Kenny to hold that position. Same thing again, Apex looking away from the flash.
Not going for any fast boost this time. It's going to be holding up. You see Apex turns away, waiting for anyone to push. Kenny, yes, gets flash whatsoever. Apex is there to do the 180 and take him down. No aggression whatsoever from the CT. You can see them spread across on the minimap right now, just patrolling each area. He talks about mid being a problem. They have got Hooch there, joined by a Dren, and it's actually going to be Mo towards that quad area once more, seeing if he can get any vision towards A main.
So the last time they did go for that default and didn't see anyone push A main, they immediately tried to take over mid control afterward by boosting 2. This time they are still going to go on to A, but with less information. No smoke out. We'll see if Kenny can take advantage of that with the AWP, because Mo's staring it down in return. He thought about the Molotov. It might have been beneficial in this situation. He'll go with it. Shoulder peek. Mo can't hit the shot. They now know there's an op on quad. You would think a smoke would suffice, but they leave it open, and Devil goes down. It's up to Doja behind the forklift. Mo is going to drop. It's Apex in the sight, but Doja is smoked off. They don't know he's here, and he's going to get a gift. NBK jumps into his crosshair. That's too easily done. And suddenly the numbers fade away for Envious. And you'd think Gambit have a foot in the round. Bomb not planted either. Kenny finds one, but it's all on him.
That was actually quite a sloppy execution there from MVS. It seems like the timings of the smokes and the actual way the players were coming out at the same time. Mo shouldn't have had any footing in that round whatsoever. He should have been smoked out, flashed off, even Molotov. It seemed like he got gifted a kill and a lot of intel as well. And the smokes actually from the terrorists seem to benefit Dosia as he's hiding behind the forklift there. They ran through and he picks up an easy frag. And the round falls apart there for MVS. So we'll see how they can bounce back from this. It's going to be 6-5 now. Obviously, still have the AWP on Kenny S after winning 5 rounds in a row. Their money is absolutely fine, and will last them a couple more rounds as well. But CTs need to be careful here. Their money still has been affected after having to rebuy into this round. A loss here would potentially mean an eco. More of the same once again from Envious. Slowing things down, waiting for aggression, trying to work some picks.
This time it's going to be Kenny boosted, AWP in hand. Mo still at quad. It's Hooch and Adren, 2 rifles middle. This gets a little bit scary because Kenny's got the perfect position. If Hooch oversteps this even slightly, he's going to get caught off guard. Smoke's going to go out. That actually benefits Hooch in this sense. They want to try and get forward in this. They want to try and drop over, but it's actually well timed. They throw out a Molotov immediately after that smoke lands, and it won't allow them to take mid quite so easily. They do still have Devil inside the vents.
He's found that first pick once again. The CT's dying without any sort of response there as well. It looks all too easy for Envious to actually take control of this area. And now the CTs have to spread thin. 2 players on either bomb site. And it's looking like Envious still have smoke grenades and flashbangs as well to make their way into a full execution. Good news is Mo has the AWP. Needs to hit some of these shots now.
And there's no rotation anytime soon. Hooch wants to go for the flank play, but it's too late. It's going to have to be up to the guys inside of the A site. That's Mo, that's Doja, and they've each got a kill. But once more, Apex. He's found a way in behind them. He seems to be getting into the sites relatively easily. Time and time again. Bomb will go down, thankfully, just before Waylander does catch Kenny. But it's now all on him. 1 versus 2. Apex with only 3 HP is going to play this passive from A main, and it's Waylander that's got Happy low. He's given himself a real chance in this, but smartly Happy's going to elongate the angle, fade away from this, and it's going to be a game of cat and mouse as they both sit in red HP, and Happy's going to get away with it.
That was a kind of nuts round there. Waylander doing everything he can in that 2-1. Did you see how good his awareness was? He's reading that so well. Got them both to very low HP as well. Such a huge round in turn of the CT economy. But I said again, Gambit really needs to take control of this mid situation. They're losing their first frag pretty consistently. Dosia and Mo did a very admirable attempt at trying to hold that A bomb site. Found a couple of kills each, but wasn't quite enough in the end. Apex playing pretty lights out as well right now. Finding those entry frags. 3 kills for him that round. And it's going to break the economy, as you said before. Gambit now just onto Desert Eagles and some PT-50s. They've got a smoke and 2 flashbangs as well. See what they can do. I assume Mo and Adren will be flashed into A main. There it is. There's the first flash, but Happy has been boosted up towards middle once again, and just getting all the intel in the world. I think he's going to a full B split by the looks of things now.
The one time Waylander thinks, all right, I'll get cheeky and try and just hold an angle up close with a pistol where I haven't been before, they Molotov him out of that checker room. He's down to 18 HP before he even gets back to the platform. And why not? Let's just throw some more flames on top of him. We might as well just roast him all the way into the grave. As the smokes land above as well, Hooch gonna try and play headshot with the Deagle. He's already lost Mo in the process. Devil finding that kill. There we go, Apex over top of the edge of the rail. Waylander falls immediately after. There's not much they can really do, and not even any economic damage done.
Wow. So Envious now in full control of this first half. You can see the money still, after losing that, winning 1 round, losing the subsequent, it still hasn't really recovered. It's only Dosia who's got decent cash. He's on $5,900. The rest of the team can afford rifles and body armor, but that would be about it. Adren has invested already before the rest of the team, so assuming they're going to join him, and no kits purchased so far. Dosia trying to stack up with utility. He's actually the only player with a single grenade map. That's kind of nuts into a gun round here, but they have got kits and 1 smoke. If Envious has played a default once again, this should be a very simple situation for them. That's the 1 smoke drop towards the top middle. Apex finding that first kill once again, being so strong in these situations. They're now pushing towards Squeaky Door, trying to rectify the situation.
But look at Happy. He's read it. He's heard them coming through, and he's going to get both again. That's the 2nd time they've pushed, and the 2nd time Happy gets a double. Adren's compensated for it, and he knows that the only possibility for them to find a way back into it was to come back through Squeaky. So he did look correctly, but Happy, what a round from him.
Gambit had to try something there. Like I said, not a single grenade. They used it towards middle. GornSk8 gets taken down through the smoke straight away. They tried to react, and then Happy, like he said, just so poised for that situation. And I think I saw 3 AWPs then for MVS. This real life? 3 AWPs in the last round. Why not? They're going up against pistols.
There's 2 for sure.
No, they had 3. I saw
I think it's on the ground. I think it's dropped. You might be right. MBK's gonna. There you go. T side, 3 side up. Why not? Cash.
He's taking an AK with him.
Cash money.
So he's just going to be holding at the start of the round, seeing if they push towards the B storage. But this has turned into a nightmare. A 5-0 situation for Gambit. Thrown away, and this aggression towards middle happening once again. Apex consistently finding that first frag. This time it's Mo to drop. 5 and 4, and Hooch is trying to push through the smoke, but he gets denied by Devil straight away. Now Gambit need to try and do something with this. They've got pistols and 3 players alive, and MVS is staying true, staying in a group, and Devil insult to injury as he takes down Waylander as well. That's going to be the 9th round here in favor of MVS, so it's great potential of the first half from Gambit. Just dwindles away.
Yep. And when you saw them win that first gun round, you thought there was a real chance that they would get some momentum rolling and at least pick up a majority of the rounds in this first half, but it's again all on Doja. Pistol to play with. If you watch their YouTube at all before this event, you'd think he's capable of anything, so let's not rule him out, Henry G.
Let's not.
All right, I should have ruled him out.
So Devil does get the final kill. That says 9-6. Like I said, 5-0 to open this game for Gambit, and then only finding 1 round after that. Very disappointing, I have to say. Once their money situation was lost, MVS just read it perfectly. Just playing the defaults, working the picks, staying as a group. That was textbook MVS. They're actually hitting their shots now. And it's not Kenny S that has to carry this situation. MBK, Happy, Apex, people we expect to be big fraggers in this team, actually stepping up as well. Apex impressed me tremendously with his actual entry kills and his confidence, looking like he's actually hitting shots now. And
he was very smart on his entries, too. Every time there was smoke deployed, he utilized it very well. The rounds where we saw Doja and Mo get kills to counter the entry in A, somehow he gets in behind them.
Sure.
He just times it perfectly to get around. Not only that, we see the lurks from Happy getting through mid. It's one of the first games I've seen in a while. We've been kind of harping, me personally, have been harping on Happy as of late for making decisions to pick up the AWP when you have Kenny on your team, to lurk but come out late after. There's not really much you can do.
His lurks actually made sense this game, right?
Exactly. He was actually he was ahead of the play a lot of times, which is what the lurk should do. So when he got down middle and got into CT on a number of occasions, I thought it was great.
Lurking actually only complements your team if you're actually doing something that's beneficial to the round, right? If you're just holding a certain position on the other side of the map and just getting like a 1 kill on the rotation doesn't mean anything, that doesn't really do that too much, because then obviously your teammates die on the bomb site and you're so far removed from the situation. But what he was doing there, like they're getting to the B site, he's waiting in connector, he's actually listening for footsteps and finding kills in the back there, and then especially he's reading the situation so well towards Squeaky Door as well. Like when there's actually pushing, you can hear CT's pushing into it, he's ready there, hiding, listening out for footsteps as well. It's actually very interesting lurks from him this time, actually stuff that was advantageous to the team rather than just his scoreboard.
Yeah, and again, first time we've seen that in a while. It's definitely impressive. You mentioned that Kenny doesn't have to carry this one. He's only got 4 kills in this half, and it's not even that we're criticizing him for not hitting shots. He didn't have to open rounds, like you said. He didn't have to hit the shots. By the time that he came into the fold or the op was there to hold, it was already done. And many times it wasn't like he had to open up against rifles anyway. It was anti-ecos that they were just slaughtering them.
Well, it's quite an interesting scoreline then. The fact that Croatia is just like him carrying so hard. Even on Cash, we saw them. Like no one else is really stepping up. This is the 1v2, actually, where Doja nearly made this work when the bomb went down, and he got the kit. It was falling forward, but there it was. He overstepped it, so he did have to go back. But NBK plays this really well. Actually, that was just fully through the smoke. I guess he just knew exactly what the
bomb
bomb
was. Yeah, we actually saw that from Doja's perspective.
Yeah, so we assumed it from checkers, I think, but he actually got him through the smoke. Why not? Anyway, then we go into the pistol round. Gambit now onto the terrorist side, of course. 2 smoke grenades and a Molotov for them. And it's looking like they'll be holding things up here towards middle and B storage as well. Potential B split here, as Mo does show himself out. No presence from the CTs whatsoever towards middle, and there's actually 3 of them towards B. So this could get interesting very quickly. Dosia picks up the first goal onto Devil, but it's going to be Kenny S wrecked by Mo and the drive-by with that burst fire of the Glock, and it's going to be a fully open B site here. 2 players remaining for MVS.
Apex gets Doja back, though, starts the climb back into this. It'll be the 2nd pistol for Gambit. If they can close this out 1-on-4, it looks extremely likely. But sometimes when you get both pistols and the scoreline is as such, it kind of paints more of a picture in terms of how the game's actually gone. Mo decides to do some damage to Waylander. Why not? He got 3 kills in the last pistol. We might as well take him out of this one.
Very fast round from Gambit there. Straight up over, driven there towards that B site, and they're going to have to go into a full save here. Not going to be... Oh, I say that. Looking at the force buyers coming out. So that's classic MVS. Most teams will do this on the second round. Try and do what they can with the CZs. PG50s, assuming Kenny S will be keeping himself relatively modest here. He's got $1,000 still, so obviously he's the AWPer. and doesn't want to invest too much into this one to make sure he actually has that orb going into the first gun round here. So 4 rifles from Gambit. Adren will be the recon player, and they're going to a faster play here, straight towards mid, nades to all highway. And it's overtaking this area. As actually, look at this B-stack coming in from Envious as well. 4 players towards the bomb site, all hiding behind the boxes.
Open tag down early, and they're actually getting good exchanges right now. Ample time, Mo's going to find him.
The B-stack actually paying dividends there for Envious. Don't win the round, but they do take down 3 kills. And this is the throwaway round at this point. Gambit will just be able to buy it with the AKs. Take things a little bit slower, see if there is another stack coming in or maybe a rush from the CTs. But it's going to draw things up at 9-9 here. So definitely got a game on our hands. We'll see what Envious can bring to the table this round. Kenny S is going to have the CZ, some PT50s out as well. But this should be a foregone conclusion, I would say, Matt. There's not really much Envious can do here. But they're going to be stacking A this time. They're going to be potentially pushing this. They have got a flashbang on Kenny, so maybe just going into that A storage area, try and find the first frag. And there will be a Dren there as well. They're going to wait until they hear a footstep, presumably, and then try and take him down. But he's so far removed from that area, he'll just be able to see the flash and fall back.
Robin should have fallen back when he saw the flash, but Doja going to open up squeaky door. This leaves NBK slightly forward. They're going to commit to this. They're going to push into A main. It's a Dren who's going to catch them, and they'll go no further with the...
In for Kenny S. He definitely can afford the AWP. It will be a very tight buy, I'd imagine. He has to be buying CZs and smoke grenades as well, and a flashbang, so we'll see where his money lies after this one.
Just wants to do any exit economy damage he can.
Do you think Adren will keep his Mac 10 and go for the Jaden round?
The Jaden round. I love it. I've got you on board finally.
Yeah.
Well, according to James Bardoff, the Mac 10 is viable in every round, but he's yet to frag, so I don't know if it's advised.
Well, we'll see what he decides to do. He will be dropping the Mac 10 this time, so we're not going to see any Jaden antics at this time, but we can see the money for Envious actually not as strong as we thought. Kenny S won't have that AWP. Currently set on 5 for 12, not getting his weapon of choice into this first gun round. It'll be interesting to see what Envious bring to the table. Not a single kit purchased either, so you'd expect to see something a little bit more aggressive here mid-round and see whether they can find that first pick and slow down any potential execution coming in from Gambit here. They've got a full utility base here. Molotov, smokes, everything. They'll be setting themselves up for more of a default play here, waiting to see if they can read the CTs in any sort of sense.
Be going to hold the tighter angle inside of the A site. No one out toward quad this time. No NBK and NBK.
You hate to see it.
Doja's already toward the doorway. Saying it, though, apparently he is going to head toward that position. At least to the slide. They're going to go for the boost late. Happy's going to look toward A main. If the door opens, they'll hear it, they'll drop, they'll shuffle. But the focus will be shutting down the initial entry. No commitment so far on the opposing side. Gambit just holding the bomb back out. Adren's going to work toward A main now. It's a single flash to go in. They've got smoke still and Molotovs. I think they're hoping at this point that they can get rid of those utilities, the last remaining utility on the Envious side.
Well, the thing is, so far, that boost they've got going on of Happy above the bomb site, they don't really need to use the remaining smokes they have. They've got good vision, and it's a very unlikely place to die from as well. Here comes the first. It looks like a bait smoke, I would say, from Gambit. Adren just trying to see what he can get out of them. Going to be committing just yet.
I do go for Molotovs onto Forklift. They're trying to flush them out, but the first shot in from Happy. With that smoke there, Doja can't push through that blindly. He can't figure out exactly where they are. It's a good pinch play from Waylander, though. Doja times it so that they get Highway. It's a 1-2 punch onto the A site, and suddenly Apex has to turn back because they've got Highway control as well as Z Connector. There's no entrance back in toward the territory that's been lost, and Doja, excellent shot from on top of the red crate, finds Apex at the truck. That forces Devil back into hiding. And he and Kenny come up with a plan to try and salvage the weapons they can.
Very interesting round there from Gambit. Like I said, those initial smokes to kind of bait out any sort of utility from the CTs. The boost does work out initially for Happy, but that's pretty much all they get out of it. Devil does find another. Well, he's trying to save his weapon, but that split coming in from middle as well just completely took apart the CTs there. Didn't really know what was coming towards him. Didn't have any mid-presence whatsoever. It's going to be Waylander to pick up his third frag. On towards Devil. Just Kenny S remaining now. And that's 4 rounds in a row in the second half in favor of Gambit. Very similar scenes to what we saw in the first. Kenny S on 8 HP shouldn't survive here, I would say. He's going to be spotted now, and there's the final kill from Waylander. Gets his 4th for the round, but Envious's money must be very low now. You know, about 3,200 average across the team. So, wow, this is actually looking kind of interesting. Kenny S yet to buy an AWP on the CT side. They're not really finding any frags in the first gun round. Didn't have many grenades as well. And looking like they're going for that partial buy this time. It's going to have a strong loss bonus into the next, so they can justify some upgraded pistols and body armor. I can see Apex with their HE as well, trying to bring
So,
them to the party.
not only did they win 2 pistols, Gambit, they win the 2 first gun rounds in each half. This becomes a must-win when you look at those stats, almost. I mean, any other game, any other teams, any other matchup, you'd say it's a foregone conclusion. But right now, Envious have done enough with that first half turnaround to keep themselves in it. NBK is going to get toward lockers early and undetected. Dren knows he's late to that position, so he considers it, but will they do much about it? They try and spam through, and MBK gets a little bit impatient because of this and goes for the shot that gives away the position, and Dren finds him. Now they'll push through, though, 2 immediately back into that position. They try and compensate for it, and they get 1. It's a Kenny S on Mo from a distance, but Dren does at least trade back in their favor, and Hooch is there. He's rotated back over from mid.
Well, then Apex and Happy remain. They have got 5.7s and P250s, but not really much to work with, I would say. 2 players coming with the bomb towards A main, and you know, Apex is actually in a decent position to take someone down here. There's no one towards Squeaky as of yet. As I say that, though, Dozier is slowly making his way through that area. Apex could be interesting here as he does take him down and pick up an AK as well.
Works out well because he's got control of long. He could play from that door, control his peak. But they're going to try and rotate off of this because Waylander finds the kill at the bottom of highway. That's Happy, opens up the B side, and Apex is going to be as quick as he can about rotating over, but tagged up. As Waylander holds the position once more, 15 HP, and that's enough to discourage it.
Yep, they know his position now. And the fact he has body armor already and the AK, it's not even worth him trying to do anything with this. The money should be swelling right now for the T's. After this, they probably have about like 6 or 7K each, so no problem whatsoever. And for them, he might as well try and stay alive. As he hides behind the truck right now, 15 HP. I'm not really sure why he's not going towards the squeaky door. He's now actually lost all opportunity to do that. He's getting pincered in by Hooch. And there it is, he'll pick up the final kill. 11 plays 9 now. Envious should have cash going into this one, plenty of it. Could bring some different ideas to the table. Kenny S does get the AWP now. And they, once again, do not have a single kit. Happy can buy one at the moment. And their Devil picks one up. So we'll see what they can do now. Kenny S with the AWP. You'd imagine this is the turnaround. This is a map tradition. It's very strong for Kenny. So he should be stepping up now. I'd say he hasn't really got so much confidence right now. Hasn't really been setting the world on fire with the AWP. We'll see whether he can be a little bit more dynamic now and find those first picks.
Straight set, bounce smoke, Waylander into B. Dozier's there as well, so a bit of pressure applied from Gambit. Hooch is going to hold middle. Needs to be careful, though, because it's a double push as well as a boost from Happy. And I don't know if Hooch has full control, but Waylander, meanwhile, is doing massive damage inside of the B site. So even though they get toward that mid position, it might be too late because Waylander's got now a 3rd kill.
I'm not sure that was Waylander doing something good, Matt, or Envious just having a horrible decision to go back into it. They got smoked and flashed out. Devil just ran through and left Kenny for dead there. Kenny had no choice but to just come and commit. And that's Waylander picking up his 4th frag. Once those first 2 kills were found, the rest of them are arbitrary at that point because the round was over. The B site was open, planned down to 5 players. You could see what Envious wanted to do there, that fast push in the B storage, but once that smoke came in, it was Devil that's overcommitted at that stage, and he's stuck behind a smoke. Kenny S has just got no exit strategy here, running backwards, and Waylander gets 2 pretty simple frags there, I have to say. And 12 plays 9 now, and we have got a... Is this a 4 spike coming from Envious? No, it's more the partial once again. MBK just picking up the scout. A map. He made this weapon famous on, I would say, towards the court area.
Absolutely.
We'll see what he can do with this one. Desperately need this one if they're going to gain something out of this, but going to be pistols and the scouts and some body armor once again. And Waylander just doing some serious work once again. Double headshots, taking down Devil and Kenny S. 5 on 3, and Apex taking quite a lot of damage as well. So Waylander coming to life here in the second half. He's got 24 kills.
I think it's the words of Duncan Shields that he's got LAN in his name, so the LAN is in his game. But it's Hooch and Mo that are going to come out with more. Hey, I didn't say it. He did, not my words.
Okay.
NBK, though, the last alive, this scout, you said he made it famous in this position. None more famous than if he could pick up a 1v5 here. But put this in context for you. It's now 3 rounds to go for Gambit Gaming to knock out Envious.
The current champions in the major.
Yes, in group stages, the bottom of the group stage. How far has this slump really gone? This is when you want to see characters show up, or have they truly given up on themselves? Is this an implosion?
This is just so much context there. It's like you can't really tell the story better than that. These are the current major champions, potentially about to go out to Gambit Gaming. Score is now 13 tonight. Kenny has got the orb once again. He tried for that aggression towards B. Like I said, hasn't really found anything with it so far. Going to be playing more of a passive hold this time. 2 players going towards A main here. It's going to be MBK molotoving towards the entrance of the storage area, and we're facing as well. They've got control of it, but the Terrors are playing such a passive game. It's going to amount to nothing almost once utility has been depleted. Going to be smoking it off as well. And it's great for now, sure, but Now they have to fall back to the bomb site, and then they're left without the smoke grenades or incendiaries.
She'll check out middle, see what's going on. Pops out the vent to make sure no one's hiding behind. Smoke off to give them a little bit more entry. It's not the full wall of smokes. Let's Hooch, though, take a step further. Actually, Molotovs towards Z that time. It didn't go for the sandbags, but the smoke already on it means that it's immediately extinguished. So a bit of a misplay in terms of timing on that Molotov.
Well, we still have MBK, who was patrolling towards that A storage area. His smoke is about to dissipate now. So although he's still spotting it, his situational advantage has been taken away. Waylander, is he towards the vents? Okay.
Already got there. I actually think that Molotov might have been intended to go, and he missed the pillar, so it bounced into Z because they had Hooch waiting in the cubby immediately after. But either way, he's got the vents. They'll have heard this. Devil is still in the site despite Kenny going down early. It's Waylander again, though. Another 2 kills for him. And this gets bad to worse as the French side start to crumble. It's Apex and NBK that are going to be the last alive, but my God, if you've got a God, pray to it now. Hold these weapons and do what you can in the next, because this one's gone as well.
Kenny S has got absolutely wrecked on the side there. Did you see the shot Waylander got on him? That was incredibly good. He got control of the vents, he molotovs the side, takes him out of position, and just blows the head off Kenny S there once again. He gets taken down without a single frag, 7 for 17, and that's going to be the 14th round for Gamba without dropping a single frag to add to the pain.
Got 5 digits of money on 3 players right now. Make it 4
over,
after the round. Waylander is absolutely carrying this right now. 26 kills for him. The next highest in the server is Apex. And to be fair, on a map that he is very good on normally, but still only at 19, just goes to show you this is an incredible performance. There you go. That's the shot you were talking about.
That's just insane. Kenny's just having the worst time on that B bomb site. Went aggressive, got wrecked. Went defensive, got even harder wrecked. And then he's going to be going into the 24th round, looking down the barrel of map and match point to Gamba Gaming. The money's not great. They've got $3,400. That's maximum loss bonus.
Where's the timeout? We talk about this to Envious all the time.
I assume this is it right now, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. But where was it? I mean, when you're starting to lose the economy earlier, I said to Gambit in the first half, I called them out. I didn't think that they would give themselves a chance if they didn't lose or take advantage of the momentum if they lost that momentum. Mark my words, they've come back in great style. And again, I mean, Waylander's just entrances on that B site is sick. He's so good. He's so aware at listening to his teammates and communication as well. We saw the first time when he goes in through A, or rather, excuse me, in through main into B and turns back toward the vent, catches the player falling out of it, which wasn't even his responsibility. Yeah. That time goes in, gets 1 pick, waits, holds the angle, and relays information that there's 1 more on the site, gets that kill. Like, he's playing really good Counter-Strike right now.
How is he getting into the vents area like that, though? Just like
well, that was off the smokes off mid. They'd already cleared it.
But it seems like they've just gone, they're oblivious to it, though. Like, Kenny with the AWP, though, right? Surely he's got to be looking towards the checkers area. Surely he's got to be doing something. I guess he was headshot, maybe. No, he was on the bomb side.
He's on the bomb site. So I think he got caught in transition because he actually was down by the generator.
Yeah.
And when he heard the vents pop, I think he thought, all right, I need to be in a better position to cover off the second entry point, but got nailed.
It's looking too easy for them right now. So Waylander's got all this for checkers. 1 Molotov to the site. Kenny has to face. He leaves his teammate in a horrible situation. He has to face as well. And to be fair to Waylander, that's actually really sick stuff from him. So that's such an important round as well. Not dropping a single frag. We see Waylander's on 16k pretty much. He's on just below 15. And Envious will be forcing into this round. 3 Famases, 2 pistols, and 1 round will put Gambit onto match point to be knocked 1 step closer to knocking out Envious here. That's kind of insane.
And if there's ever a force to define Envious, it's always make or break with them. This is literally make or break for the entire roster in this situation. You break right now with this force buy where you get criticized heavily for doing it in the past, and it's going to be one of the most bitter pills to swallow. If you pull this off, you give yourself a lifeline, a desperate one at that, because as you can see, the money is out of control on the Gambit side right now.
There we go then. Round number 24, Gambit with a massive advantage in terms of the weaponry and utility as well. Waylander will be facing straight in towards that B storage area. Actually getting pretty aggressive here as well through the smoke. Doesn't land any damage just yet. We'll see how the CTs approach this situation. Going to be playing a very standard formation at the moment. Kenny S, obviously with no orb, just a FAMAS and body armor and 1 flashbang. This is such a desperate round for the CTs, holding back and just hoping they're not going to get punished for this. They've got 1 smoke remaining. And then Gambit is making them sweat right now, just slowing things down, seeing what options are available to them.
Apex, again, going to play this rotation position in middle, which he's arguably extremely effective at, if not the most effective at, with a rifle. Now he's gone back over toward A. It's NBK and Heath that are going to flash in, so once more Envious want information. They want to get in. They've realized now that no one is there, and NBK is going to burrow into the lockers, but where's the rest of the information going to be garnered? And at least is a rotation to cover for this. Now they're going to push on to B. It's Devil to go first, but look out toward Toxic. They need to spot this right now, and Waylander once more is going to be in the right position at the right time. It's 2 more kills for him as he gets much closer to that 30 total against Envious in an elimination match. Apex goes back deep within the depths of the A site. Doja is going to have heard that. He'll have information that there's one away, and it's going to be 2 kills to go before they find map point.
Well, there it is.
Gambit, the new roster.
Crazy scenes there, and if Doja are going to be picking up that kill on MBK as well. Apex, I'm afraid there's no chance you winning this round, and that's his Gambit, just bleeding them out, making them sweat, making them question their setup. So they had to go for the pushes in the end. They needed something to work with there, and there it is. 15 plays 9 now. They're 1 round away from being knocked out of this major. Unbelievable scenes. Gambit only dropping 1 frag once again, and here it is. Then the money still 3,400 can only pretty much get a similar buy coming in. Famis's, MBK could potentially get a scout if he wanted to, but look at the patience of Waylander. They don't even consider this position. 2 easy frags for him once again. He's currently sat on 28 kills. So a lot of them have been gifted to him, you have to say. Like a lot of those situations where sort of Envious are just running into him and trying to make things happen.
But to get those gifts, you've got to be in the right place.
Sure.
And that's as much luck as skill in some sense. Happy's going to get aggressive, try and get up toward middle, make something of this, and it's another desperate push, another one to catch them off guard because it's all they can try and do at this point. And in fairness, this time, if Happy drops, he's actually got a chance at this because Doja's gone towards Squeaky, and Hooch is left middle wide open. MBK's going to push through the smoke. Happy's going to drop down momentarily. Surely he's going to consider this when MBK doesn't get much in the way of information now. Not only that, we've got everyone pushed up. Apex has gone all the way into into T-spawn. Adren and Doja get toward the A site. You'd think that would be the call, that it's clear, but suddenly, somehow, map control is entirely gifted to the way of Envious this time. Apex's position is extremely good because the bomb's gone down. Happy hasn't needed to drop. He can stay up there. That is a perfect flash as well, and he gets Adren. A round out of nowhere. It's not done yet. Doja's got the rifle. Devil's picked up an AK to go with it, but Apex is going to close it out, all through an early push on the B tunnels.
So somehow that all-in gamble, not playing a single player towards the A site, pushing B storage, boosting up on middle as well. I can still the shouting from Envious. They're still believing right now. 5 rounds in a row required. Money's still not amazing, but they do manage to get an AWP here.
To be fair, I think that was Maniac shouting, so perhaps trying to get them back into it.
Well, this guy, so far since he's joined the team, it hasn't been a pretty affair for him. To be fair, since he's come on as coach, I think they've dropped out of groups pretty much every single event he's been at. He needs this.
I don't think it's his fault entirely
no, of course
either.
not. I'm just saying in terms of his reputation, as soon as he joined, it's been a bit of a nightmare. But anyway, and we get the round number 26.
So a change of position inside the B site this time for Envious. Both players, not a lot of information gathered, and patience is virtue right now for Gambit. Doji is out toward that doorway. He'll have heard Apex and MBK go toward that A-main position as well.
Yeah, I've got the boost coming in from Devil towards middle right now. So MBK finds the first one. Devil now coming to life, finds the kill on towards Hooch. Can he get more? Actually, Apex saving him as well. Coming in for the crossfire. He finds 2 headshots, and now Envious with the 11th round on the board. Doja trying to do what he can, but he will be punished by Apex in the end. And this
Sick
is
timing on that boost because the Molotov just extinguished. They would have thought, all right, that's cleared. There's no way. And then because they have that double play over at Construction, keep on the whole Construction. They have no idea why.
Like.
But Checkers, and they boost him right back up. That's very well timed.
What I liked about that is even more. As soon as Devil got all the attention, Apex is facing straight away. Look, no one's looking at him whatsoever. Double spray down, pretty simple affair, but the teamwork and that synergy is very impressive. And they're going to need a lot more of that map. They're going to get 4 rounds in a row here. Money's still strong for Gambit. And we'll see if Envious can hold on. They're very in tune to what Gambit are doing right now, pushing at all the right times, getting key information, boosting into the vents and just finding Gambit out of position. But it's going to take a lot more to hold on for this long. But so far, so good in the last 2. Kenny S back on the orb. He's going to be towards the B storage area once again. Devil with him. And this is more of a default play coming from Gambit right now. They haven't actually done too much in terms of set executions. It's all been more working the picks, getting the splits going, and Waylander doing some fantastic work with his positional control.
Kenny and Devil looking for the same approach this time. They've chiseled into that economy slightly. They've halved it, but they're still a round in hand at least for Gambit, if not 2. In this situation, MBK. Why we call it that spot. He's got Happy to play off of, and as you can see it in the distance, Apex.
Here he comes. Yeah,
climbing back up highway. And it is going to be the boost toward middle. Devil's going to do the same thing again. There's no Molotov timing. In turn, he's going to drop it so they can't push him, so he can focus elsewhere, but Adren's there. It's Apex to pop back out. Same bait and switch, but this time not quite as effective. Thankfully for Envious' side, they won't push through the vents immediately after it, but they will flash off Apex. Mid's down. It's all on Kenny inside the B site. Happy's found one, as has Kenny. And a late smoke's going to delay them. Hooch is going to take the fight, though. He wants in early because he knows the rotation's coming. He knows it's going to be a threat. Happy's going to spot the foot going by the smoke, and he pops out. It's all down and done.
Staying alive here, just about. They're losing those initial frags, but Apex did just enough there to distract and slow them down as they went towards that B split. Kenny found one. Looked like he was struggling a little bit onto the side there, and Happy with some audacious play through the smoke there. Does back him up and seal the deal as they get their 12th round on the board. It's a terrorist timeout now, so Gambit taking time just to work out how they're going to approach the situation. Obviously now it's, what, 3 rounds in a row for Envious after hitting match point for Gambit.
One of the things we discussed at the end of the first half as well was Kenny's contribution. He only had 4 kills. We said it wasn't an issue because they were still finding the rounds. Now it's starting to be a problem. Yes, he gets one in that round. It was a crucial one. It slowed down their entry, but he's still only at 8 kills, and a number of times he's been overwhelmed. But like you said, Waylander walking out, you'd think he's watching the events, gets caught there, goes into the A side. He's playing at quad that round. No smokes come out. You think he has a clean line of sight.
Yeah.
In they go again. I think it was Hooch that came out from the door that time and got him. Like, he's definitely had issues connecting on these fast, high-pressure shots.
Well, they seem a little bit more revitalized now. They're actually taking control of the A store, like aggressively almost every single time. It seemed like they kind of said, well, we've got nothing to lose now. We might as well keep trying, keep this aggression. It's working. We're finding the first picks here, and actually this synergy between the vents and the mid area is working pretty well as well. They're timing it quite nicely. Devil and Apex coordinating between each other and actually finding the kills there and getting a lot of information just as the B split comes in as well. So that's great for their teammates. Happy with some big plays through the smoke there. That's actually quite impressive for him and actually saving the life of his teammates as well. So they've got 3 rounds to go. The money's still very strong for Gambit. I think look right now, they're going to be in a full buy with no AWP this time. They went for the kind of fake execution now. I think that they're overthinking this situation a little bit too much. They're trying to just do everything they can to outsmart Envious right now. I feel like just a simple execution with the smokes, something that doesn't have to be all over the top. They can just do 2 smokes towards highway, 1 towards quad, try and stay as a unit and just work the frags that way. They're trying to overplay every sort of situation right now, in my opinion. We'll see what they bring to the table once this pause comes in. I think we are getting back into the game right now. 10 seconds remain. Kenny is still on the AWP. Like you said, 8 frags. It's been one of the poorest showings we've seen from him this whole, not only this whole tournament, the last 2 or 3 events. He's had a great 2016 just in terms of individual performance. It's been the rest of his team that have been lackluster. So,
I mean, that's one of the weird stories, right? I mean, Kenny comes over originally not playing well. They lose in the finals of their first major with this, well, not even this roster. Now the Devils here, but the first roster shuffle when they brought in Kenny and Apex, Cologne obviously, and he was very hard on himself for not having a good performance. He plays better at Cluj. They win that. And ever since then, it's been he and Apex, the new guys, that have actually been doing the bulk of the heavy lifting for this team. The rest of them seem to be in tatters, and oftentimes you wonder if their personalities clash. But 3 rounds is the goal, the only goal, the mandatory task in front of Envious right now as Waylander's going to fall away from that B tunnels early, given that the Molotov was dropped down and deployed from the CT side quite quickly, as well as a smoke on the initial entry. And it's more passive this time. Devil and Kenny going to go back toward that platform. Meanwhile, on A side, they've already distracted and pulled Apex up toward the top of highway, which means Waylander, who's poised and ready inside mid right now, could lurk out and try and take some highway control if they're not careful of this.
That's it. The execution actually coming in right now. MBK have a lovely shot into Adren by himself as well. The way of the rest of his teammates, he gets taken down 5 on 4. No one's committing. What is this?
That's lackluster performance because he's on his own. They do get one trade onto Apex, but he found Mo unsuspectingly in the corner. There's the play from Waylander. They left the mid open. He does come up the highway, but look at NBK with 2 quick kills, both on the entry from his left side, and now he knows exactly where Waylander's playing from. And now the economy becomes a factor because they have chiseled it away from Gambit. They should be able to control the situation in the next, but it's going to be an aid from Kenny. Flank was there from Devil, if not.
We've always talked about the communication being an issue for Team Gambit. Obviously, they've got a massive array of different nationalities there. And it's, why is Adren jumping out A main by himself? I was trying to work out what the hell that was. It's not like they're setting up for a fake. They haven't got people on the other side of the map. They just had Waylander who's doing the lurk play. But it was very, very strange play. MBK have a lovely shot here from his point position. And the bomb goes down. That looked a little bit too easy. They kind of went for the right idea, like I said. Go for a simple execution to stay together, make sure you're trading frags. If they had actually done that, I think that round would have worked out for them. Running out 1 by 1 and then not being assertive is not the way to do it. Kenny is about to be tested now. AK rush straight towards B. Why not? He gets taken down to 6 HP, but does survive.
That was a day shits. And what is that from Kenny S? He gets Waylander on the way through. They had no idea he would be at the small pit. He was a sitting duck afterwards, but at least something for him to cheer about. Apex, this is good timing. He's come back through the vents early, but does he know? I'm not sure he's aware that Hooch had already pushed through. Happy finds him immediately after. But if Apex could have stayed alive in that position, it could have been an absolute thorn in the side of Gambit, who now finally have control of the B site. And with a bomb going down, it's going to be 3v3 on the retake. And Envious, this is massive pressure. This is their biggest task yet. Kits on all three. Devil's made his way through the vents already. He's going to try and get as much information as possible. Happy's going to go ahead and Molotov off the box behind him so he doesn't have to worry about any chance of anyone sitting and trying to use timing. That allows him to go in. And Devil, he's going to try and raise hell, but Adren's not going to allow it. As he goes ahead and gets immediately back into him. Leave it to Happy to find the refrag, but it's Adren to close it out. And Envious are done. Gambit lives on.
Unbelievable. That's it. Envious have been knocked out of the major. The current champions going home in the group stage is to Gambit Gaming. No disrespect to them, it's just not a result you expect to hear. And somehow it's the B rush in the end. Is all it takes to actually take the win here against Envious. You can see the look on their face. What does this mean for the future of this team, Matt?
And a little bit of emotion shown. It looked like they thought they could do it, that they got the momentum going, and this is not at all what they would have expected, what no one would have expected.
They lost to CLG yesterday, and today it's Gambit. Teams you would expect these guys to be heads and shoulders above, but...
I mean, you have to put a scope on this team now. What happens? What happens next? We know the French have done many roster shuffles in the past. You go to very games, you have the Titan deal, then you go to the LDLC teams. They all get shuffled around. They've already done a shuffle within those two teams. Where else do they go? Where else can they go? And what is going to happen? I mean, this is big.
I wish I knew. Like, this is a massive problem for them right now. It's not like it's a one-off event. The last two or three events have been absolutely shocking. The whole of 2016 has been completely lackluster. Not just in the sense of bad, it's dire. Like, they're going out in group stages consistently now and losing to NRG Mixes, they're losing to Gambit, they're losing to CLG. Teams, we expect them to actually run over.
This is the thing. I mean, we were talking about Virtus Pro slump at the start of this year. I think this is way worse. When you put the put this into perspective, this just happened at a major. They just went last place in a major. On the flip side of that, we do have to give credit to Gambit.
Of course.
We absolutely do. Waylander was sick. That's one of the best games I've seen in this tournament so far from an individual player. I mean, in the qualifier, even we weren't giving them a chance at times, but their timings aren't terrible. They've got good flashes through. Like you said, they did lack some execution there still, and sure the slump from Envious kind of gave them a chance in this, but credit where credit's due. They now live on in this group. They were a new roster put together after Cluj. They're the newest roster in this tournament. And that's, I mean, this is big for them. This when you look at who else is in this group, CLG, you have to think there's a chance for them in that. So
of course,
I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure everybody else is. This just got very, very interesting because not only that, another French team's on the chopping block. But first, let's hear from Gambit. Let's hear from Hooch. He's standing by with Red Eye.
Thank you very much, Hooch. Congratulations on an amazing victory. When you had to play Envy, when you looked at the draw, they're the defending champions. They're not in the best of shape, but it must have been a tough game for you to look at. So how did you approach it?
Well, we have a really nice group, really tough teams. Australia is a really good team. Envy was last winner, and CLG also a very good team. But we knew we could make it, even at least win one match. But when Envy lost to CLG with a really bad City side, after even we lost 6-9 as City, after a 5-0 lead, like almost like against Australis, I was feeling confident that we can make it. And we took 15 rounds, but then we choked and couldn't do one normal round. But thanks to Adren, he saved our life. And also credits to Waylander, who was really disappointed with the match yesterday, but he just wrecked them.
Yeah, he definitely stepped up today. So looking forward into the group, it's a really bad group for you, or it was a bad group with such great teams in it. But potentially now you get a match against one of the other two in the group. It could be CLG, more likely CLG, I would suggest.
More likely CLG, but they're really in good shape and anything can happen. But this is major. There is no easy groups. All the best teams are here, and you can be happy or unhappy with your group. I mean, D group is really hard, but our group is really hard too. So it's major.
Many fans would have looked at the group and would have said, Gambit, well, yeah, probably going to go out in fourth in this group. You haven't done that now. You've got a shot at making the quarterfinals. Realistically, how far can Gambit make it?
I don't make predictions about my team, but at qualifier, everyone was saying that we're going to go out first in group, and we proved them wrong. Now I hope we will do the same, justice.
Got any messages for Thorin, maybe? Does Thorin rate you?
Storing? I don't know Storing for a long time. He's a good guy. Sometimes he's just too much, but it's okay. That's why people love him. So just hi, Thorin.
All right. Well, there you go. Hi, Thorin. Let's go over to the desk with Sir Scoots and find out whether Thorin rates the Gambit rate.
Thank you very much, Red Eye. We will get with Thorin, but again, just a note. One thing that we kind of did behind the scenes, kind of looking at some stats. This is the first time, I'm pretty sure, that a defending major champion has gone out 0-2 the next major.
Or just even in groups.
Or even in groups?
Yeah.
Okay,
Groups.
it goes that far.
Yeah, I
So
think
that's
so,
even worse. And again, we've talked about their slump, that they're not looking good at all. You called it. But again, another stat, 4 CT rounds for Envious over 2 maps, all in this map.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sorry to say this to French fans or to fans of Envy, but that's very reminiscent of North American teams and their struggles. And that just kind of is something that's very indicative of the state this team is in terms of not playing as a team. It's much easier on that T side to group up, to go for trades, to have some easy entrance into the bomb sites. It is what we see out of North American teams all the time. They don't have that teamwork. That communication is not there to kind of coordinate your defensive setups, your rotations, pop flashes, nades to slow things down. And this is a very brittle Envy team. When they went down 5-0, you could almost feel like they were going to break. Now, they did manage to cling on and make that comeback in the first half, but in the second half, they just kind of caught on a little bit too late in that. They got involved in the match far too late.
Duncan.
Yeah, I mean, that stat's particularly noticeable to me because the main things you think of in terms of what a CT side is about communication, so that you're giving the information based on what you're seeing, and then obviously about skill. Like, you have to be able to hold your positions, you have to be able to get kills on the people. And so, on paper, this should be one of the most skilled teams in the whole world. Even now, okay, Devil's had a lot of problems since he came in the team. Some of the other guys here are still players who, they have matches where you're like, this guy could still be one of the best in the world, but then you look at what they're able to put out overall, and they're just not putting up good CT halves. They're not getting those kills, and so actually skill is suddenly a factor for Envious. They're not having star performances, and aside from Kenny S with the odd performance, ironically in this game, very, very poor actually, but aside from some Kenny S maps over the last couple of months, there hasn't been a whole lot in this team. Like, they've totally struggled. Before they had this, what was great about the Envious era when they won the major was you looked at it and they had almost every role set. Like, they had the amazing entry frag at Apex, they had Kenny S was like a good AWPer, didn't have to be the star to carry the team anymore. NBK was a fantastic support player, Happy the lurker and in-game leader. Kiyoshima was admittedly struggling a little bit, but you saw the whole team. It was a very complete team, and you were like, this is a team that should be a top elite level team for a long time. You look now, which player, aside from Kenny S as the AWPer, and like I say, in this game, very poor, who's even good at their role? I don't think there's anyone that someone would even nominate for like top 3 at their position. That's how far they've fallen. On the other side of the equation, like, it's not like Gambit completely rinsed them out. Obviously, the comeback there at the end showed that Gambit didn't have all the pieces themselves when they switched over the other side, but this was all powered by the Waylander performance. And interestingly enough, Waylander was someone who first came onto people's radars in terms of the proper lands at the Katowice 2015 offline qualifier. He went with a team called Peter, and he actually had Hooch as a stand-in there. And even though he's Finnish, and he with all these Russian guys, they were the team actually that took Kenny S's Titan team to an overtime game. That was actually on Cash as well, interestingly enough. I think that was the game that Kenny had like 50 frags in as well. So that was when people first saw him, but at the time everyone was like, oh, he's just an online player. Like that, you know, he had one offline game, and obviously that team didn't qualify. I think they went out in last place actually. So it's been a long trek for him, and he's the guy who actually, out of all the names in the CIS, you wouldn't have expected him to get back in the mix, but he's had a monster map at exactly the right time and against a team who's struggling skill-wise. So he's got to look fantastic in this game, even though we don't know how that'll continue on.
And as you start talking on, definitely want your thoughts on it. We're going to start rolling our highlight clips, and a lot of our highlights are the guy you just mentioned.
I was going to say, I imagine it's all Waylander.
I talk about him a lot, so roll those clips, and you can go and talk about
Well, yeah, sure. So just picking up on the Waylander point, you know, we saw him obviously at the last chance qualifier for the major, and he was playing SK Gaming and Renegades there on train, and he looked very, very good. Now, statistically, as Duncan says, online, everyone was like, is this guy ever going to show up at a LAN? And people were like, they still didn't seem to be that impressed with his performance at that qualifier. Here, he's just wrecked Envious. In slump aside, whatever you want to say about it, he's gone toe-to-toe with players that you would say individually, whatever's going on in the team, are some of the best in the world. So this is a real coming-of-age performance from him. But I really like the makeup of this Gambit team. The reason I said they were going to beat Envious here is because, first of all, the slump Envious are in are absolutely, it's horrendous. It's unparalleled, it's unprecedented, right? Virtus Pro, you know, they're actually probably better off right now, it seems. And even with the likes of MBK here, going big, who is MBK for me, probably has a claim to be the most rounded and complete and consistent French player at the moment. Gambit have got a very good, well-balanced team. Hooch is a great in-game leader. Thorin's known him a long time. I've had the pleasure of going out and partying with him at ESWCs and stuff. He's a great guy. And he's actually started to put the pieces together from players who were almost like misfits and cast-offs from other teams. And I actually rate Gambit as a better team than CLG. I mean, this guy here, Mo, when he got kicked from the old Hellraisers lineup, it made no sense because he'd just come into being their most statistically strongest player. They had that ridiculous run at the Ace of Predator Masters. Well, Mo was the MVP there. So, and they decided he was surplus to requirements. And now with Gambit Gaming, he's kind of having the last laugh because, again, I think these guys really have the opportunity to fly the flag for that CIS region, no doubt about it. So a hugely impressive performance for Gambit. We're going to talk a lot about Envious, but we've absolutely got to give plaudits here to Gambit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the cool thing about someone who's always been known, it's the funniest thing because it's someone who's known as that onliner, like Waylander. It's like that's the reputation you want. That means you're doing something right. You can't name one of the top players in the world right now who wasn't at one point considered an onliner by the community. Yeah. That's just like a rite of passage. Olaf was known as like just a pugger, just an online pugger in that scene for a while before he blew up. JW as well. No one thought that he was going to be able to do anything with that play style. It's supposed to be very online, very erratic. Absolutely. He was going to be able to be a top player. All these guys, I mean, even in other teams, even in the Danish scene, even in the North American scene, all these stars go through that phase of being an onliner. So you obviously need these LAN performances to back that up at some point, and it's good that he's got this under his belt. That can help you build up some confidence for the next one, and then you go into that and you go, I've done it before. Now you have that experience.
And obviously the big implication you have to think about here is, okay, CLG still has to play Astralis. We can't write them off entirely, but it's very likely Astralis is going to win that match. Yeah. Suddenly CLG is playing Gambit for a chance to go through the qualifier. So we're going to have a surprise second place no matter what, because I don't know anyone, in fact, I don't think any of us analysts had CLG or Gambit coming out second. Everyone was pretty sure it was going to be Envious second, first or second. So already we're probably going to have a surprise team making a legend spot. And imagine if Gambit makes the legend spot.
Because actually,
they have some legendary CSGO players, but they're supposed to be washed up. And even in the CIS region, it's supposed to be the other teams that are good now.
Final thought for you then.
Oh, well, just that, they gotta squash the beef, these French guys. They got to squash the beef because there's a good team made up of French players, but it's neither of the two here. And in fact, at this rate, the only thing that's French that's going to be left in America is going to be the Statue of Liberty because none of them are playing good at the moment. It's like, it's ridiculous. They got to go back to the drawing board because this isn't working. Envious have got real problems. This isn't a phase. This is really, really bad.
I mean, it's safe to say we're going to see some roster changes.
Well, I mean, even Sellers in the back room going like, no, I'm not French. I'm
North
American. I'm North American. I swear.
That's such bull right there, I tell you. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. That's going to do it for this segment. We have one more elimination match. That's going to be G2 and North American's favorite, Cloud9. Who is going to keep their dreams alive and who's going to end it right here today? Come back after the break.
แสงน้อยแค่ไหนก็ไม่กลัวชัดทุกสภาพแสงด้วย Samsung Galaxy S7 ใหม่ Samsung Galaxy S7 และ S7 Edge
สวัสดีครับผมมีอะไรใหม่ๆมาแนะนำไม่ใช่เจ้าตัวนี้นะครับแต่เป็นกาแฟ
ยังพูดไม่จบเลย
ค
ผมไม่ชอบปรุงแต่งกาแฟของผมต้องฟรีสดรายไม่แต่งรสไม่แต่งกลิ่นเลียนแบบธรรมชาติและยิ่งมีส่วนผสมของนมสดแท้
All right, folks, welcome back to Columbus, Ohio. We are here in day 2 of the Counter-Strike Global Offensive first major of 2016. $1 million on the line. We've swapped out a few of my analysts here. Let's take a look at who we got this time. Now we've got Fifth Lauren in the first position. We kept Moses in the middle, and now we've found Yanko. We ripped him out of the production area. He's a little under the weather right now, so you can see that we're trying to not get contagious. It's a long event. We all don't need to be sick by Sunday, so we've kind of quarantined Yanko over there. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling better than I did this morning, though.
Okay, that's
so
good to hear.
Small setback, but nothing to worry
It's
about.
all the pills that MLG gave him.
He's just getting
Popped
pumped
some
full of
pills.
medication. So let's get right into it. The Vitos are going to start really soon. Obviously we're kind of cranking up, trying to catch up on the schedule due to that crazy 5 overtime game from earlier tonight. But this one, obviously, Cloud9, G2. G2 obviously lost to Virtus Pro badly on Train, 16-1. And then Na'Vi beat Cloud9 16-9 to send them both down to the lower bracket. This should end up being a closer match than both of those.
I don't see G2 playing the way they did yesterday.
Exactly.
At least I hope I don't. I think this will be.
I hope I do.
Well, of course you do, because you have them. But I think that I don't think G2 will.
I mean, it's
come
hard
in
to
with
show
the-
up. I mean,
it's
they have to
different.
get 16-0 to do
Yeah,
worse.
and the thing is, it's a little bit different as well, because you have a team like VP going up against, and they were obviously not playing the way that they've been playing for the past few weeks.
Yeah.
They came in, had nothing to lose really. Everyone counted them out, and they just, Virtus Plow.
Like we talked about, the Plow showed
Yeah,
up.
and then you have Cloud9 looked a little bit weaker as well yesterday, and then coming in here, obviously they are also prepared. They have their new coach that's not currently here. They have a new player with Stewie 2K.
Yeah.
Also, obviously a lot to prove. And this is actually quite a fun game as well, because you have Skadoodle never made it out of major. G2 with current roster, except for the first one, never actually made out of the groups as well. So I think it's going to be close, but I still have G2 winning it.
Moses, why don't you walk us through the veto real quick and see where we're at today?
Well, actually, I mean, just flat out Dust 2. Let's say yesterday talking to Cloud9, they wanted to play this against Na'Vi, and that's one of Navi's strongest maps, and they're not scared. It's one of the maps that Cloud9 feels the most comfortable on, most confident. You know, I talked yesterday, Cloud9 players at a really, really good individual level. You know, taking that even from the North American region, you can just see the level. And even against Na'Vi, they won some fights, they won some battles. It was just more so they got tactically outplayed. So I think they have a really good shot. I mean, obviously I have them going out of this group, so I'm going to pick them to win it.
Yeah, I mean, Skadoodle has been playing really well yesterday, and obviously Dust 2 is a map where an AWP player is extremely potent. And we also have the storyline of, you know, Existence on one side, who made it out of the groups at only the first major, DreamHack Winter 2013, and Skadoodle, who has never made it out of the group stages. And, you know, he's obviously really motivated to do that this time, and he just said, I'm just going to kill everyone. I don't care what my team does. I want to make it out of the groups this time.
And final thoughts and kind of predictions, and obviously we've talked about Jordan's calling. The new guy, Irakanji, is not here. That's helping him with strats. But and obviously that's a very T-sided heavy job. So final thoughts and predictions on this.
I think Dust 2 is a very good map for Cloud9 since it's a lot of open spaces. And if you look at Skadoodle, for example, versus G2's offer, which is Smith's, this used to be Smith's best map. Yeah. Not so anymore. But I think if Cloud9 were to have a chance to beat G2, it would have been Dust 2, or it would beat Dust 2. So I think, yeah, it's going to be a close game. But like I said, I got to stick with my prediction. I'm going to say G2 wins.
And you have predicted Cloud9 to actually come out, so you have them winning this match still?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Any embellishment?
Well, I
on
think
that?
Skadoodle's going to be a huge thing. Him coming in today and saying he's going to kill everyone, that's like kind of like the fire that we've wanted to see in Skadoodle for a long time. Now, whether he can put that in game is a different story. I think Stewie 2K is very much improved on what he was when he originally joined Cloud9. I think we've seen a lot of progression of him as a player. So Dust 2 also a very easy map for Jordan to call. I mean, it's a very well-known map. It's not like he's got to do anything complex. So I'm going to take Cloud9. I think they're individual level. I've seen a lot of up and downs in G2 recently, so not too confident in them.
I mean, G2 yesterday had an abysmal individual performance for pretty much all of their players, and if that repeats today, I don't think they're going to make it through. But I think it's highly unlikely that they have such a terrible performance again. And as I predicted G2 to make it out of the groups, I think they're going to win this match in the end.
Okay, we have a few more minutes. There seems to be a tech error, so I'm going to keep talking to you guys a little bit.
I like how they're like, hurry.
Yeah, for those people at home, like it's always nice and scripted, right? And we've got a nice flow. I got a nice run of show in front of me of what I'm supposed to do. And then chaos breaks. The one question I wanted to point out or ask, you know, all these guys, with the exception of Stewie, have been to majors before. Every single one of them, and a couple of the guys on G2 have been to all 8, right? So how does, like, what does, like, Jordan have to do to just make sure that Stewie stays calm in this kind of high stress?
They need to just put him in positions where he's very, very comfortable. The big thing they need to do also is the mid to B split on this map was one of their big weaknesses last year on it, and they've gotten much better at it, and I think they just need to hold strong on that and let Stewie kind of just play his own game. Don't put him in too many awkward situations where he has no chance of having success.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. As you can see, the fly-through is happening. The first time we're going to see Dust 2 at the tournament this week. It's going to be Cloud9 taking on G2. Who will go home? Who will fight tomorrow to keep going, to try to get into that nationwide arena? And this time, let me see who we got up there. Do we still have those boys up there? No, we don't. We do. Sadikist, Henry G. It's all yours again.
You know, Scott, I prefer to be called a man, but boys, I guess will do.
It's more accurate, I would say.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Anyway, Matthew, another interesting game coming up. G2, who got battered yesterday by VP, desperate to go forward out of the groups here, will be going up against Cloud9.
Yeah, they said they've escaped that Titan curse, but apparently that wasn't the case yesterday when they got absolutely obliterated by Virtus Pro. And Scott said it as well, first time we see Dust 2 in this tournament. I was starting to think there was a conspiracy in North America to not have Dust at the major, but it is going to be Freakazoid starting things off aggressively out toward A long. There's no one that's going to do much more damage in his direction, although there is RPK and Shocks that did have that early presence, knowing that that's the most likely place to be pushed early.
And we have got G2 on 5 sets of armor as well, so quite an aggressive fragging approach here. Scream does get a headshot to start, and here comes that mid-split that Moses just mentioned before. Smoking off towards CD spawn, and here comes the play towards the B site.
Quick flash over, does catch out Existence slightly, but he's able to turn back fast enough and then turn around again to find not only Freakazoids, but also Stewie. It shocks onto Skadoodle immediately after, and suddenly it's all Shroud remaining. And G2, they'll strike first blood. He'll take the pistol away from Cloud9.
Holding very strong there. Existence finds 4 headshots as well, looking incredibly sharp towards that platform area of the B site. Cloud9 going for a very fast play there. They noticed they headshot Scream and sent him packing back towards the B site. They acted very quickly from that. Smoke goes down towards the spawn, and it looked like a great approach for them, but Existence doing some phenomenal work there.
You have to wonder as well, G2 just watched the defending champions, their countrymen, Envious, fall. We know there's some blood between the teams. That's motivation.
I would say so. They want to prove themselves here. Well then, we've got SMG heavy buy coming in from G2 here. 2 MP9s and an MP7, and of course a force buy from Cloud9 as well. Scout on Shroud. Interesting, he's not going over to Skadoodle, but he's got the Desert Eagle, and PT50's rest of his teammates going fast towards short here. Frags to be coming in any second.
It's going to be cancelled out though by Shox and Smith, but look at the pistol from Stewie. Skadoodle gets one immediately before that with the Deagle, so aggressive buy from him on this second round, considering no bomb plant. Keep that in mind because they mentioned the AWP on the desk and his presence with it on this map. So getting a little bit heavy on his purchases early might indicate that they won't be able to get it out as early as they might have liked.
You see how much this means to G2, getting really fired up here against the force buy of Cloud9. We can see now they can't really justify anything into this round, just 5 Glocks and 1 flashbang from Stewie as well. G2 can justify keeping the MP9 in hand, and Smiths, I assume, will be picking up something here. He's actually only got the silence USP, so he'll be looking to get the AWP out next round. That'll be an interesting storyline. Skadoodle versus Smith. Smith is very good on Dust 2, to be fair to him, especially towards the A-bomb side. Shock's going up aggressively towards the top of middle, does find Stewie, and he's going to have 3 players in lower B waiting for him.
Shox with 2. Skadoodle gets immediately back in to cancel it out again with a pistol, but it's still not going to suffice as they'll be down doubly so. Freakazoid gets close to the mid doors. He still has bomb in his hands, but great positioning right now by Scream in the B tunnels.
Yeah, this is obviously over at this point. Freakazoid with the bomb and Skadoodle towards the top of middle. There's waiting for any CTs to get a little bit too audacious here. We have got Scream in the upper B tunnels and eradicating that possibility. And Smith's from Existence just watching towards short as well. That's a headshot coming in. It's going to be Smith's going down to 21 HP as well. They're trying to do what they can with these P250s. Existence finally finds the kill on towards Freakazoid there and finishes off the round, taking down Skadoodle as well. They did manage to drop Smiths in the end and Shox as well, so didn't really have to invest too much into that round, but here it is. The first gun round, you'd expect the AWP to come out on Skadoodle. Same story for Smiths as well, I'd imagine. I thought they'll go for a double AWP setup as well. They're actually just dropping the AWP over to him. So this is it now. We have seen Skadoodle have a very strong tournament in terms of individual play so far. It has been coming more to life. A lot of people have been calling him out for not being assertive enough, haven't had that killer instinct back in certain situations, on Dust 2 especially. So we're interested to see whether he utilises his spawn and actually goes for the aggressive picks here. And we'll see what kind of setup coming in from the CTs. Looks very default so far. And Skadoodle actually going for that straight up B pick, but gets punished by Smiths with the AWP. He gets taken down by nothing. They've actually got something to work with now.
It is a good response, Frag, and nothing's going to do a trade once more as Freakazoid goes down, but Existence has rotated out of middle early. They didn't go for that split push, which means he has the freedom to do so, and apparently that's too much freedom to give. Stewie's going to go for the late lurk. Young Stew has been hyped up so much for these individual plays, these ones that are a little bit unorthodox. There was questions when he was picked up by this roster. A lot of people skeptical. I wonder if this kind of situation where it's atypical in a 1 versus 3 might favor his skill set, but they've figured out his position at this point in time, and he needs to be careful.
They've got the bomb as well on this side, so he'd have to pull off an absolute miracle here as well. He's very focused towards the A side, assuming someone will be on that crossover area waiting for him. That's not the case, actually. One player towards T-spawn watching for the tunnels cross, and they've just got a full crossfire on the bomb as well. This is almost impossible. He's got a flashbang. He can find 1 kill here and fall back. Maybe that's something to work with. Doesn't get any intel here whatsoever. Eventually shut down by Shox, and then he dropped 2 frags there as well. So as I just called out Skadoodle for not having that killer instinct, he took his spawn, went straight towards that B pick, gets taken down straight away, but they had decent trades. But
and not only that, I have to commend him because that's one of the things, and again, Moses said it on the desk.
Yeah.
If that's the kind of fire we've wanted from Skadoodle in a long time, and that's something he never would have done formerly. He's normally the stationary AWP player. So to see him be that aggressive is encouraging, but he needs to weigh it. He needs to make sure that he doesn't get caught out by it too much.
It's conversations I've had with Sean in the past. It's just like, he's the kind of player you need to tell him what to do. You need to say, right, we want you to go pick this. A top AWPer won't be told what to do. They'll be saying where they feel confident getting picks, and they'll be using their spawn and say, I want to go to this round. I'm confident I can go find a player on this certain situation. So that's what you need from a top AWPer. You don't want to be telling them what to do every single time. But there it is. G2 4-0 up here. Smith's still on the AWP towards middle. It's going to be a partial buy coming in from Cloud9 here. Upgraded pistols, body armor, and nothing with the smoke and 2 flashbangs. I'd assume they'll be going for a beat split here, considering their setup. And Smiths will be ready, but Skadoodle does find that kill on the screen towards the back of B as well. Smiths needs to perform here.
Smiths will. And speaking of Skadoodle, this is another map. This is probably Smith's best map where an AWP can come into play for G2, as nothing will at least get him down pushing through with the pistols. And a bit of chaos right now ensues within the smoke, and the flashes rain out. It's Shroud with one, but it's all he gets because RPK immediately there to follow. And watch Smiths. I do want to bring this up as well because he is very good at the mid pick from the CT side on this map.
He may be good, but Skadoodle very fast as well. It's going to be a challenging prospect to actually have the balls to face up towards middle and see whether you want to challenge him. We'll see what they can bring to the table here. We actually see Existence on 11-for-0 right now. He's had an incredible game since that early pistol round.
I mean, maybe the envious thing really did light a fire under him because he said he's not retiring until he wins a major. Well, get through this game is the first and foremost step. Good performance to start things off.
Fast play going towards long as well. Stewie leading the charge, gets towards blue bin as well. Just going to be RPK, can be very strong in this situation. Does spot one player as well. He's going to need backup from Shox any second now. Molotov towards that blue bin area and just trying to flashbang and find the first kill. It's actually Stewie 2K coming out on top, but Smith's finding a frag onto Freakazoid on the other side of the map.
Stewie's gone beyond that long cave. He's stuck in beside the dumpster right now. They'll let him push as well and try and find some more information. They've lost their initial entry fragger and Freakazoid. We talk about his fearlessness at times to be willing, in fact, to go in and almost be the martyr. So with him gone early, they've got to have someone else who's willing to take the fight, willing to take the charge. Meanwhile, though, once more, similar to what we saw in the third round, Scream has pushed B tunnels because they know they've put pressure on long. So G2 are doing very well to take map control where it's given, and this is even more fearful.
Yeah, Shox the fact he's actually got towards the top of middle. I was going to say Nothing should have no idea that he's there, but he capitalizes. Great headshot there with the AK and brings it actually a man advantage towards Cloud9. And you can see 3 CTs now actually towards the A side, but 2 of them in spawn. A difficult retake here. Cloud9 are fully committed towards long and will be executing right away.
We say retake, but they haven't quite made it yet because Smiths is going to get there in time. They've got them lined up, and Smiths goes for the repeat. It's all on Skadoodle. And when Scream went back through the mid doors, you'd think there was a chance to go back to B for Cloud9, that they might have slowed things down further, but they walk into a well-read play from G2. And Skadoodle has to get this bomb. It's not beyond the fray of the corner, so he should be able to grab this relatively easily. But with 17 seconds, there's no time to go all the way back to B. He has to commit to this. No smoke as well, and immediately taken down by Smiths.
Excellent play there from Smiths, having a lights-out performance so far with the AWP, 4 amazing kills. And the thing is as well, although they had that mandate advantage, G2 had so much intel to play with them, Matt. They pushed B tunnels, they pushed towards the top of middle. Even though Shox died, he gave the call off. They're all coming towards long. Those flashbangs, look on the screen right now. Everyone's fully blind. Smiths just refacing, finds 4 kills together, and it looks like, I don't know, a little bit lost there. Should have potentially had a smoke towards that spawn area. I wasn't sure what they had left, but there it is, 6-0 in favor of G2. We go into round number 7, and it's just a scout and Skadoodle this time. And looking like it's going to be more of a traditional setup here from G2. Going to be playing Scream towards middle, and RPK in his home towards that pit area.
Nifty smokes. These guys take hours upon hours to line those up. And it's just a simple one, but this is what it allows to be done. Freakazoid walks up catwalk. No one on the opposing side of the mid door is able to see him. And he and Stewie can now work together, as with Skadoodle, who's going to join in behind toward this catwalk position. Again, look at Scream. This is ridiculous. He's walking to B tunnels for the 3rd time.
How is he getting away with this? This is just textbook Counter-Strike. You need to be playing one person in upper B, one person middle, then you can work up towards short. They've got nothing in terms of real estate on the map. Nothing does manage to make his way up towards middle, in fact. Existence going to be coming in for the face here. Here comes the first frag. Who's going to be capitalizing? It's Nothing, but look, Scream waiting for him.
Nothing's going to go down this time. He won't get lucky twice. Shox gets Stewie immediately after. And that means that the advantage is turned. Smiths out toward the car, shuts down the catwalk play. And if I'm not mistaken, the bomb was definitely dropped. Did it fall? No, it's still on the catwalk, so chance for Shroud. But with 11 HP against 3, it's a very, very slim chance.
Absolutely. Shroud of 11 HP, stuck towards short. And Molotov out, bomb down. This is a really interesting approach from Cloud9. I have no idea. If you're going to be running a default, trying to go for short control, and you're not going very fast, you need to have someone in upper B. Like that call coming in from Scream, it means people can rotate straight away. They don't have to play anyone to that side of the map whatsoever. And you can see how that's paying off for G2 now. 7-0 in their favor. Finally, even with maximum loss bonus, breaking the economy of Cloud9 with no plants. So they can come in with the partial bite, Tech 9s, body armor, and they've got smoke grenades as well. Before they were going for the mid splits with this, looks like that'll potentially be the case once again, as they are sending 4 players towards that side of the map. Double AWP set up this time for the Frenchman. And Existence looking in towards lower B as well. Easy shot for him. Takes down Stewie. And works out they're going to be eco as well. So they can just fall back and be a lot more passive at this point. Okay, both AWPs for middle. Why not?
Yep, that works. Both firing through the doorway. Smiths again He's now come to life with the AWP. He's up to 12, rather, excuse me, he's up to 10 kills. It's 12 for existence either way. Solid performance. He's going to get up to 12 before this round's over. If he continues at that rate, Skadoodle gets one with the Deagle on to Scream on return inside a B site. Smoke's going to give him a bit of movement, but Smiths is staring him down.
So many flashes coming in. Skadoodle does pick up an 8K. It's a lovely shot with the Desert Eagle, but it's not going to be enough here. Existence does get his second of the round. The Orb's doing huge work here. Smiths picks up another 3 kills, and now finally the money coming back into Cloud9's favor, but this is getting a bit scary for them at the moment. There's the shot in the screen from Smith going absolutely ham. And we'll see what Cloud9 bring to the table so far. As I said, the defaults have been very poor. I think this must be a tactical timeout coming in from Cloud9. And just in time, I'd say as well, this is the kind of point you can't allow G2 to have this sort of confidence. This is the point now where they've got this much cash and they're kind of hitting all these sort of shots. They'll start going even more aggressive. They'll be pushing up towards top and middle, punishing you with that push, upper B push as well. So they need to be very careful how they approach this next situation. I feel like they need to just do what they were doing before. Go for that long control, take control of the spawns, try and just take over long, push the CTs back, and then you've got something to work with there. The defaults so far have been horrible. Let's try and just have something, let's go with an objective and start at the beginning of the round.
It shows you there's a fundamental flaw when someone like Scream can push 3 times. Now, sure, if they've got information on the offside of the map, there's a chance he can always get away with that. But to do it with the first off, how quickly he's doing it in the rounds.
Yep.
It's not like it's late in the round when they're down men. He's doing it when there's 5 still alive.
Yeah.
He's walking into the tunnels, and he's doing it without fear. He's not even getting flashed, and he's just walking in. So that says it right there that they've already found a flaw in this system.
That's nuts. That's just not a thing. That's just the only thing. You shouldn't be able to have the confidence to walk into upper B with like nothing at all. Like, that's absolutely crazy. That's a massive problem for Cloud9. I'm not even sure they're aware that's happening right now because
you'd think that the last round when nothing got caught
when he saw that one, yeah. But the fact is, like, he's not really taking too much away from it. He's just getting there and holding up a B most of the time. So that's like a massive problem for them. I think if they just go into a normal default or just have a set piece objective at the start of the round, that's going to pay dividends for them. The fact that when they had Sean, they were just doing let's go for the fast piece split. They'd actually just run down suicide, flash over, and actually just try those fast-paced tactics and actually try and surprise their teammates like that. They had Sean, mechanical brain in that sense, who could actually just work out what the setups are coming towards him.
And you mentioned default. Right now it seems kind of one-dimensional in that Cloud9 saying the objective is A. Our default is to get Cat. But they're kind of leaving, again, so normally a default when you put players in toward mid like that, you at least, at the very least, if you're not going to have someone watching the B tunnels directly, you have them on the spiral staircase just to make sure that if the A play fails, because there's no guarantee it's going to work just because it's your default, then, okay, we can still go back to B. We still have the map control to do it. If you can't even keep the map control in your favor, then there's no chance for, as soon as it melts, as soon as it falls apart even slightly on one side, it's done. There's no chance for a backup plan.
Well, the score is currently 8-0. We are back into this game now. We have got that double AWP setup still rolling for G2. Skadoodle back onto the AWP himself. Freakazoid currently on 0 for 8. He's the entry fragger, of course. We need him to be stepping up and opening these situations up for Cloud9. He's going to round number 9 here.
Again, the double up setup looms.
This is better, though. You can see them adjusting to the aggression at the start of the round. They've actually got someone in upper B this time. It's going to be nothing. And this is what they haven't been doing throughout this whole first half. Just hold up, see what's going on, see if any aggression does come in, and see if if Scream does have the audacity to push into upper B this time. Of course, though, this round he doesn't. He's just going to be holding passively.
Freakazoid slowly going to work out to his entry role at long. RPK is playing the off angle. This should give it away that he's not at the corner, that he is toward pit. That bounce of the smoke flash through Freak around the corner, but good Molotov out because RPK times that with the flash. They don't spot it and they end up taking damage from it. He takes down Freakazoid, and look how low Shroud is. He hasn't even spotted the fight yet. He hasn't even faced off against RPK, so it's an easy second kill. And sadly, in all of this, Freakazoid, the entry fragger, was the one left with the bomb.
Stewie does have an opportunity to do something with this, but is taken down by Smiths. The bomb is down towards long as well. CT starting to adjust themselves. Skadoodle making his way to long doors and nothing, just trying to find a frag here. They're in such a difficult position, 4-on-2, and Scream playing this so patiently as well. You can see nothing is desperate to get anything out of this, but bomb down and 2 players remaining. I'm not really sure what their options are.
I don't know that there are much, to be honest. Again, Scream's got into those tunnels late. It's just a problem.
Did you see how easy that was for RPK, though? Like, they made the decision to go for that long control. 1 flashbang, that's all it took from him, and they were completely shut down. He gets gifted the bomb as well, right by the pit. He holds him off with the smoke grenades and incendiaries, and it's just an absolute mess on that stage once again. It's going to be 9-0. Skadoodle stuck with the AWP in T-spawn, and it's 3 seconds. He wants to die at this point. I would say die now.
Die. It's too late. Now save. You got to run, and that's...
What's he playing at?
Oh, my God. This is Cloud9.
You got to die. Like, if you know you're going to die, just let them kill you at that stage. You've got 2 seconds on the clock. He's got no. For anyone who's new to the game, if you die after the timer runs out and you haven't planted the bomb, you go into the next round of $0. So you can see Skadoodle now 250. I have no idea why he'd try and stay alive in that situation, but there we go. And we're going to round number 10 with no money whatsoever, even with the maximum loss bonus of $3,400.
I mean, this is Cloud9, a team with a ton of skill that's very lost tactically right now. Again, they brought in Irakanji. He's not here. Nothing's gone to calling. Somewhat out of necessity, but also understanding that he's kind of dabbled in and he wants to flirt with it more, and they have no leadership. They look lost. This looks extremely lost. Pressure on B tunnels, all 5. Where's the mid split? Where's someone to cover off the fact that there's 2 in the site? Smiths is there for the rotation. Existence gets 1 kill. Scream gets close to the smoke. Thank you very much, I'll mow you down. Yes, sure, Eco, they want to explode, but they're just making it so easy for these rotations right now from G2.
Well, these are similar scenes to the battering the VP gave G2 yesterday. It's going to be 10-0, but nothing doing all he can. Actually gets a double kill here. This could be interesting. 2 players remain, but it's going to be nothing to work with in the end, as they do manage to find 3, but no bomb plan once more. They will have cash going into this round. Skadoodle will be struggling a little bit. He will be able to get dropped an AWP, but 0 for 10 for Freakazoid still.
That's your entry fragger.
That's your player needs to be opening up these bomb sites, leading the charge in these long takes, going through middle and taking down the AWPer. So far he's had literally 0 impact in terms of killing so far, so that needs to be rectified. Round number 11, 10-0 now in favor of G2 Esports, still with that double AWP setup.
Shroud as well, by the way. 3 kills for him. Talk about skill. Where's your front page now?
Oh, come on.
I know, that was rude, but the point still stands. These guys need to find a way to make an impact. And Smiths is going to look at B tunnels this time. Finally, there's someone waiting, but still he finds the kill.
Bomb as
and if
well.
Skadoodle said he was going to kill everyone, he better start doing it soon because it's not worked out so far.
So they spotted the bomb, and now they can start pushing and exploiting the situation. RPK left the pit, going to be going to the long doors. Orbs back towards middle. There's actually 3 CTs waiting for them as well. And once again, Cloud9 have no real estate, nothing gathered from the situation. Just going to be trying to work their way up towards short. And Stewie needs to find a pick here. Freakazoid getting ready to be flashed out and smoked out towards middle. He needs to start finding kills as well. This is getting dire.
Stewie at least gets up catwalk this time. There's actually ground to be made there, but they want to take middle. Finally, they're going to try and go for the 2-pronged approach. It's a trade. Freakazoid's on the board. He's got 1 kill immediately back, but it's Shocks to compensate. Back out the window. Existence with the shot into the tunnels, and that echo is too loud. The sound of that AWP will scare and fearfully put Cloud9 in another direction, which is greeted by Smiths. So it's all nothing versus 4.
Well then, there it is, 11-0. All it took was a little bit of aggression from Smiths once again in those upper B tunnels. This walks in, casually faces towards the tunnel and rips the head off Skadoodle. The bomb is dropped as well. And when you get information of the bomb being dropped so early in the round, you can see how the CTs adjust themselves accordingly. And now 4 rounds left. Cloud9, nothing to play with so far. Obviously, maximum loss bonus, not planting the bomb at all. I'm trying to work out, the bomb has it been planted once? No, it actually hasn't. That just goes to show you, if you're a T side,
that's
and you
insane.
You haven't planted the bomb
That's ridiculous.
Once,
11 rounds in.
You haven't planted once. You're playing the map wrong. You should be getting the bomb down at least once or twice. Should be some clutch situations here. There we go then. Round number 12. They're going to be going for a full-on B rush. Why not? Let's just try and make something happen here.
Existence does get forced out of the site this time, so they've got ground to work with, but no smoke, no Molotov on that window means he can still fire in, and Scream goes through the smoke at the doorway to find Stewie. Once more, the first kill goes to G2. Existence waits. He knows someone's got to cross eventually. Good time flash forces him off of it. That lets nothing get closer to the back of the site. He's got the bomb, and they finally, Henry, maybe you should have said it sooner, will get a plant out of this.
5 and 4. Bomb has been planted now. We have got RP key coming in from the B tunnels as well. A real chance for Cloud9 to step up. This kill is huge over. Skadoodle capitalizes. A real chance now. They really need to hold on to this situation. The retake coming in.
Shroud has good position behind the box. No one watching tunnels right now, but it's all right. They're going to walk in from the front of the site, and the crossfires are set. But how does Smiths? He gets a collateral. He nearly makes that work.
Unbelievable. There it is. The B rush prevails, Matthew. Going straight in, they thought the defaults aren't working, the long executes are working, let's just rush into B and see what we can do. Finally get something working there. They find the first kill, get the bomb planted as well, and they hold strong, but that's only 1 to work with so far. Now they're going in with the double orb set up. Scoreline now 11-1. Skadoodle and nothing with the orbs. Just experiment now at this stage. They need to start working out how they can get these last 3. It's going to be a single orb for G2. It's going to be Smiths wielding that weapon. We'll see what they bring to the table this time. Going to be 2 players towards long. Just 1 towards B so far. That's going to be Existence by himself. It looked like another B rush. Why not? It worked before. Let's try it again.
Freak though. Tag down low. Exist Other Existence, excuse me. This is not NIP. Gets a kill on the entry, and the reset potential is all too real. Skadoodle spots up one. He's off. He's not hitting the shot. That one was all too easy. Misses again, and things go from bad to worse because Existence has stayed alive in all of this. He's going to find at least one more kill. Stewie nearly goes down as well on 50 HP. Good awareness to turn back, but it's a little bit too late. Shocks was always going to be there.
Well, there it is. They tried the B-rush again. It worked once. Why can't it work twice? This time it's Existence stepping out massively. A lovely spray through the smoke as well. I think he dinked 3 people in the first like 5 bullets or something. It was pretty nutty. But there it is. That's the full reset now for Cloud9. You only get $1,400 going into your bank accounts after that. And you can see how that's affected them going forward now. PT50s, Glock and Skadoodle. This is another round going in favor of G2. It will be 13-1, Matt. I thought this game was going to be competitive, I have to say. I thought this would be a clash of the 2 underdogs, people who haven't been performing in the tournament. And so far, it's been a very one-sided affair. And here comes that confidence once more. Existence actually getting taken down by Stewie with the P250. And now Smith's looking to rectify. Scream does find one, and it brings it to a 4-4.
They're going to try Cat. They haven't been up here in a while. It's unexplored territory, but it works out in the first fray because it's going to be Shroud who manages 2. The pistol versus the AWP at a decent range. And he's got more than that. He's picked up the AK. There we go. Finally he gets alive. Where's your front page now?
It's right there. I'm not sure it's front page worthy, but
Listen,
still.
It's not the meme, Henry. Don't ruin it.
Okay. Anyway, so PT50's in a Glock. Apparently that's all it takes. A lot of aggression coming from G2 there. They find the first kill, pick up an AK, and they just went very quickly up towards short. So far, the only rounds that worked for Cloud9 is a B-rush, and then there's the fast play up short with PT50s. And so it's still pretty disappointing in terms of how they're actually approaching the gun rounds themselves. But there we go. Round number 15 now comes in. It's actually a difficult situation for GT in terms of the money. Smiths has the AWP, but 2 pistols. And hopefully Cloud9 can get this one, and we potentially have some sort of a game on our hands.
There's nothing more heartbreaking than feeling like you're just getting rolling, and it's too late, tournament over, and you go home with a bitter taste in your mouth. Especially, like I say, when you just get things rolling. It's completely different if you're out of it all the way through, but
sure.
It's debatable whether it is rolling or not. 2 rounds only. Nothing's going to try, and again, just anchor onto the catwalk. Once more, no one in the B tunnels right now. So their default is 4 on catwalk, 1 at long, who's not even really pressuring the long point. He's waiting for a push through, which means there's no complement to what's going on in this catwalk position. There's not even a drop play. Where's the smokes to jump down and try and overwhelm Smiths, who's basically got a turret set? Finally, there's one on the site. That'll allow the bomb to go down, but Scream gets toward Elevator. He's just limited to the CZ-75. But if you've watched our adverts all weekend, he gets his precision from elsewhere, Henry.
Indeed. Hardware, apparently. Anyway, 3 players from G2 towards the long pit area. In fact, it's going to be a pincer play from CT Spawn in that area. They just don't really have the firepower or the kits to actually do anything with this. Nothing finds the first kill. It's going to be a 4-4 now. They've got great positions here. But all of a sudden, 2 kills from G2. It's going to be an equal situation. 2-on-2. Shroud and Skadoodle trying to do what they can for sure.
Well, Smiths still has to get up on this, and the flames. It'll take him down. He couldn't get toward the bomb. He couldn't force the issue. So 12-3 is where we end. Cloud9. In this case, better late than never, or just don't show up at all. I'm not sure, but
12-3 is like we saw it earlier.
Pistol.
We saw it earlier. It can be done. Mouse Sports showed us how.
Mouse Sports did show us how. We've seen, you and I, some interesting comebacks from this scoreline.
Have we?
We have. Let's not get into that.
Is that an innuendo or?
No.
Okay.
I like how you assume it is, and this is where we've gone in the world.
Normally you kind of come with that
but
sort of stuff.
Again, fundamental issues, Cloud9. It's the only thing we can really focus on in this. Sure, Smiths plays great. Existence has an excellent start to the half. Finished the half as well in a very good fashion. But Cloud9, I mean, no smoke. 4-up cat, no smokes, no one dropping. No one dropping at all to cover off the rotation.
All bets are off at that stage. Nothing was working for them. They just had to actually...
Well, nothing wasn't working for them as a strat caller,
that's
actually.
That's a word you shouldn't use when talking about this team.
Yeah.
There seemed like everything they went with in terms of their approach, in terms of defaults and executions, it actually was just breaking down every single time. They actually just went a lot looser in the end. B-rushes, fast plays up towards short, and we have got some replays for you right now.
I called this a collateral, but it's actually, because it showed up so quickly on the obituary, I saw 2. It was actually his teammate he killed.
Yeah, you got really excited about that.
I did. I love collaterals. I call them other things, usually.
What do you call them?
I can't repeat that.
Okay. Probably wise. But 12-3 in favour of G2. They started off so strong indeed. And it was, just to reiterate, B rush to Web Cloud9, a P250 round, and that last one was low buy from G2, and it did a decent hold in the end, but I think they only planted the bomb twice out of 15,
Yeah.
and it was actually a 10-0, I think. They hadn't actually planted the bomb
Not
once.
11-0, they hadn't planted it once.
Yeah, so that just explains to you that they're not really approaching the map correctly if that's the situation. They're actually getting so pushed and oppressed every single round, they're not actually able to get any sort of plan down. And the default as well, Scream pushing into upper B, at the beginning of the first 4 or 5 rounds, undetected.
Out of the first 6 rounds, he was up there 3 times at least.
Yeah,
So that's
crazy.
ridiculous.
That's just like you're playing Counter-Strike wrong at that stage. But let's see. Like I said, 12-3 is not necessarily over. They can still bounce back if they get the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem like very basic issues were overlooked, and Cloud9 definitely felt pressured in so many situations that they could have avoided. Like you say, get pistol. There is a chance here. I think G2, the French teams, they've been known for being fairly decent on Dust 2, so it's not like this is going to be an easy comeback, regardless of how good they play. But well, again, see if they can get this going. It's going to be the fast cat. You like this play in the pistol.
I love this. It's great for getting intel. It's good for finding frags as well. But a lot of teams are catching on to it these days. It could be 4 sets of armor from G2, and Freaky Sword and Shroud poised and ready towards the catwalk area. But you can see G2 is not giving them anything with this. They've got flashbangs and smokes. Existence towards the top of mid, who will flash towards short, presumably take these guys out of the equation. It works perfectly as well. Scream capitalizes and takes down Shroud and gives them the man advantage. They just read it like a book, and not a very good one at that, as they find the first kill and set themselves up in a very nice position so far.
Nothing's just going to wait this out. Doesn't have much to go off of right now. Freak's in an okay position considering they've lost that first man on catwalk. You can try and get some information from this, but stomping like an elephant might not be the most ideal thing to do. I understand he's trying to look down toward lower, but I think Scream from that distance will have heard it and relay the information.
Well then, G2 just waiting to see what the reaction is from the CT so far. They still have got a smoke and a flashbang, so Freakazoid needs to make something happen. He's by himself towards short. Going to be forced to drop off here, surely. There it is. He has spotted 3, but there's still plenty of time. They could go back towards middle, smoke towards spawn, and then go for the B-split. Looks like that's what they will be doing. Nothing is there. Once again, one the next situation, he needs to step up.
Well, step up. Scream will do instead. It's nothing that goes down. Smiths, he finds Stewie on the trade. Freak's going to come through late. Scream's turned around and got back into that. Everything canceled and so well read from G2. They know the situation. They know where typical meta exists. The rotations through the smoke late once you've gone up the ramp, and immediately the attention is drawn that direction. Skadoodle has a kit in this, so all right, probably not worth it. But listen, I'm trying to justify the situation here because 1 versus 4.
No, of course, like it's something to save, I guess. I thought you were trying to build up the anticipation that he could.
I was not.
Okay, just to make sure. Anyway,
just because we have a couple of NA players in the server doesn't mean that I have to go full NA as well.
Oh, there it is, a very fast and methodical approach from GT there once they found their first kill. I actually love that. Like I said, the 2 players boosting up towards short, it's fine, but you can't stay for that long. You go for the initial play. You can't just sit there at the top and hope no one's ever going to check it. You either push it very aggressively towards the top middle at the start, or you go for the nade towards lower B, look for any early confrontations, and then you fall back. You can't just sit there and hope for the best. Like players like Existence, they're going to read that all day long. 1 flashbang towards the top middle, screen comes out, wrecks them, and there's the pistol going in their favor. Of course, Cloud9 can't really afford to lose any more rounds here. They will be force buying in the second. 2 scouts, Skadoodle and Stewie picking those up. And it's actually Stewie getting tagged through the doors by Smiths' sniper rifle there. And they've got full long control as well, pushing the CTs back. And what a shot from Scream that was towards the crossover area. Now Skadoodle needs to step up, and he does find 1.
Well, Shocks will get nothing as he pushes through, so tries to do what Scream did, and it doesn't quite work out in the same favor. As RPK finds Freak has already worked up middle. So you can try and do the same aggression, but unfortunately G2 is fully aware of this. And things not looking good considering the force buy. This double scout setup now will do what it can to suffice.
Oh.
It's going to get caught off. Good shot by Smiths over top of the wall.
Now then, Skadoodle 4-on-1 once again. This has been a very common trend throughout this game. All of the G2 players are very low HP. 1 scout shot will do each one of them, but that's if he can land even 1. Shock should found in there, and there it is. He does take him down, 14 plays 3. The money going to be an absolute tatters here. And now Cloud9 need to make the decision. I think they have to force buy, really. You can't really go 12 rounds in a row against G2 after letting them get to match point here. Just to reiterate, the loser of this game is out of the major, and it's G2 making a very convincing case so far to be winning this one. We'll see what kind of situation and decision Cloud9 decide to approach with. Looks like they'll be going for the full eco map. How do you feel about this? They'll be allowing GT to get to 15 rounds.
I mean, you go for the force buy in the last round. You're trying to shut it down early. You can't. If confidence was there, if they at least made the last round close, maybe you could justify it because you can break the economy early. You got to keep yourself in it. But at this point, what else are you going to do? I mean, it's 6 and 1, half dozen of the other, Henry.
Indeed.
Nothing's been working anyway.
No, there's no decision that's good. I agree. But let's see what they can do with this. They've got pistols, and so far they have managed to take down Scream. RPK replies, and Smith's doing damage through the door, but it looks like this round's only going one way, as RPK finds his second.
RPK, speaking of, is going to look for more as well through that door. Good flash in from his teammate, gets 2, and turns. It's Smiths that actually finds the third, but it's efficient nonetheless. And Cloud9, North American soil finally, the hopes of North America in so many of the past lands. And again, 2015, the summer, the highlight of them is looking to crumble and not even make it into the nationwide arena.
It's looking that way right now, but they do go into this first gun round now. Skadoodle can't get the AWP. Stewie on a Famus, no kits, all body armor. It's looking pretty bad already as Smiths does have the AWP. He's been very good so far, and he's got the decent spawn towards long as well. He's going to have players waiting for him on the corner as well. Gets the first shot as Freak is always to drop. 5 on 4, and now G2 can slow it right down. Once again, that reaction has to come in, and it's going to be nothing by the looks of things. He may be tempted to push the upper B tunnels, has been punished before. Shots has actually got out towards blue bin as well. One player in there, it's going to be Shroud. Getting back up as well from Skadoodle. These guys really need to find some magic here if they're going to stay alive.
Crossfire set toward long. Shocks has gone slowly in toward that dumpster. But a man down already, Cloud9. There's not much options in the way of covering off middle. Nothing's going to play close to Stewie, who's inside of the B site. And it's such a gap in that position. Shocks caught slightly on exit from the lurk position where he was playing solo on A. He goes down to 12 HP, but he gets out alive, and the rest of them, the 4 others, going to hit through the tunnel right now. Stewie's already given this up as well. Nothing's going to go in, but he's light in existence, is already staring down the doorway. Stewie has to come back into this alone, and he's so far away from his 2 remaining teammates. The best he can hope for is that they get there undisrupted by the fact that Shocks is still out toward T-spawn, and it looks as though they will. But Skadoodle's caught by Smiths, who gets aggressive on the window. Stewie gets one more, but it's just Shroud and Stu. Pop flash toward window off the pole. Stewie late to get there because the Molotov's still fully engulfed when he does turn back, but it's got to go. They have to go right now. There's a kit only on Shroud. Smith staring it down. It's going to be RPK with Stewie. It's all on Shroud. 1 versus 4, and G2. They'll do one better than Envy, no less, but it's Cloud9 once more that get completely dismantled in a major.
Pretty disappointing game in the end, Matt, I had to say. I was really looking forward to this one. I thought it was going to go all the way. The final scoreline is 16-3. Cloud9 not managed to find anything on the second half there, and the first half was very poor indeed. Just a lack of understanding for the basic approach it does to allowing Screen to push into upper B time and time again. Never got the bomb down for the first 11 rounds. No one actually really lighting the scoreboard up whatsoever. It was Freakazoid, their entry fragger on 0 for 10. Just everything was going wrong. I can't think of one redeeming factor from that whole campaign on Dust 2 from Cloud9.
Yeah, that's it. Pretty abysmal again. Just so much fundamentally that went wrong in the first half, and I imagine Moses with his prediction is regretting that. Never go full Moses, Henry.
Sometimes you have to. But
I've never met one of those times. Yeah, it's not advised, I guess. But, I mean, this just goes, again, nothing's coming to the strat calling position. The qualifier, even that was a little bit shaky for them. It didn't look perfect. We thought, okay, maybe they can go back to the drawing board. They've got some time off between then and the major, which was about a month ago. So 3 weeks in full that they would have been able to boot camp with this. The leadership could have arrived. They brought in Irakanji. He's not here, mind you, but nothing seems to have changed at all.
We're focusing a lot on Cloud9, but we have to point out this G2 look a lot better today compared to what they did yesterday. Smith's going absolutely nuts there. He's joined by Existence as well. Those two had great games against a very lackluster Cloud9, but at least they're hitting the shots and actually making things happen and being very assertive and confident. That's what impressed me about that.
Yeah, and either way, it is another misfortunate tale for Cloud9 in their run of majors, but we are going to be standing by. I do believe, I didn't quite hear, I think it was RPK. It's Puckett and Scream. Okay, so it's going to be Puckett and Scream standing by for the interview.
Thank you, fellas. Here with Scream. G2, staying alive. Talk to me first, though, about yesterday. Was Virtus Pro just on top of their game, or were you guys struggling? What happened?
Well, Virtus Pro was on fire. We let them go into the game, and we didn't go into the game. So when you let Virtus Pro go into the game, you can't really come back from this. So they played really good, and we played really bad, and yeah, it happened.
Now, you knew you were going to be playing Cloud9. You didn't know what maps you were going to be playing, but I saw Existence when we were in that second overtime with Malisports in the first series. He was already loading up Dust 2 replays and going through. How confident were you that you would be playing Dust 2 in this match?
Well, we knew we're gonna play Train, Cash, or Dust 2, but it's always random, so we knew we had to work on this map, you know. So we worked on Dust 2, Train, and Cash. We watched how they played, and we just focused on our own game, and we played with.
I read some interviews. It was before the major qualifier, and it still seems to stay the same that you are the only ones that are going to get in your own way. What have you fixed today, and what are you looking to do with the rest of this tournament?
Well, we knew the most difficult part was the best of 1 games, and we did it. We were happy about it. So we're gonna play best of 3 against Navi or Virtus.pro, and we know it's gonna go well because we're strong as best of 3 and not strong as best of 1. So I can't wait to play.
Well, I know a lot of people are looking to see you at Nationwide once we get down to the Final 8 in that arena. What do you have to say to your fans who are hoping to watch you here on American soil?
Well, I hope as well to play there, and it's a big dream to do that. And thank you for all the support. And without you guys, we wouldn't be there. So thank you guys, and I hope we won't disappoint you in the last game.
G2 staying alive. Congratulations, Scream. Guys, we are going to be catching up on the schedule. We're going to commercial break. When we come back, though, it's time for the qualification matches. Luminosity taking on NIP when we return.
เปียกได้ไม่กลัวน้ำด้วย Water Resistant Samsung Galaxy S7 เปียกยังไงก็สนุกต่อได้ใหม่ Samsung Galaxy S7 และ S7 Edge
Merriment of taking that op away. He'll find the second. That's Guardian down. Looks, but not fast enough towards C's, who's going to actually mow both of them down from that close angle. If Neo had that second shot, there might have been a chance they got away with it entirely, because the third player that was coming around from the statue wasn't quite close enough, and that's huge. As it goes to 4 for Na'Vi. It's not the reset potential, but it's, I mean, still an early lead, and this is what we talked about, Virtus Pro needing rounds on this half.
Look at the cash for Na'Vi right now. Just like 3 players and like 10K or something. That's swelling enormously.
There's a saying for that.
What is that?
You always say it. I can't remember what it is.
I can't remember.
Money Barbie or something?
Money baby. That's what
there
I mean.
it is.
Yeah. I remember it now. The one I made up. Okay. Anyway, we go into round number 5. Just tech P250s, and C's will find that first kill. Snack's trying to boost up in the drop down area. It doesn't really work out for him, and they're going to be going absolutely hammer. They're finding the first 2 kills. Flamey chiming in as well. And they're going to, once again, a 5 on 3, make it a 4. And as Bialy does find the kill onto Flamey.
Decent shot from Bialy, at least, to get that 1, as you say. But Neo now the last alive. 1 versus 4. You mentioned the money. Best thing he could do right now for his team is to find at least 1 more kill. Drop a gun down. Better still if he could save it, but drop a gun down and force some money to be spent from the Na'Vi side. He's going to get spotted already trying to come in through that window late. It's Zeus, who doesn't like that Beatles song. There's no bathroom window to be entered. In fact, Neo, okay, that works. He does get 1 onto Edward. I was going to say he's going to get completely overwhelmed, but that's not bad. Okay, so 1 more rebuy. It's still 3 alive, so decent situation for Na'Vi either way, but again, better than it could have been.
Well, here we go then. We said C's is big on Cobble. He's currently on 8 for 0, yet to die. And here's a replay of his double kill, trying to find the exiting 2 CTs there. So 5-0, and we can see all being purchased for Pasha this time. They will swap it around. Pasha normally plays towards the B site, Neo towards A, so they'll see whether they can probably put that towards Chicken Coop and find an initial kill here to help them out with the standard default play most T teams will bring to the table. Is getting towards that upper platform, trying to work a pick, and Pasha's going to be in position to try and lock that down. It's more of a default player from Na'Vi, not going to be committing towards the B site straight away. Nade's coming in and smoke to take away some vision as well, but predominantly focused towards the A side of the map, and that's where Neo is alone.
He's alone and not actually push that far forward. He's got danger on the highway to the danger zone. Long A covered off, but he's got to fall away from this. He's going to get 3 players pushing, and that doesn't necessarily mean much for those on B. They don't have a full read off of that. Pasha's going to go a more open angle at long with the AWP flash. Forces him away. They'll have spotted him in that position as well. Molotov out toward the box. He's still going to take the fight regardless. Takes minor damage and gets the kill. So well worth it for Pasha to peek into that.
Yeah, absolutely. He gets the 5-on-4 now. Now they can rest a little bit easier and actually justify rotating a player in the form of Taz over towards the A bomb side as well. They have 1 smoke remaining. That's on Pasha as well. So time ticking away, but still a lot to play with here for Na'Vi. Guardian, of course, on towards the AWP himself. So he'll be looking to get this frag back in their favor. He slowly but surely edges in, checking every single angle. And we'll see whether he can actually take down Pasha here as he does smoke himself in.
And Snacks is going to go more passive on the drop room so that he can support the players at long. He doesn't have another smoke to deploy for Bialy, as you'll often see the drop player do, because other than an early smoke for him, it's not as common that he'll need one. Pasha's gone down. Snacks has the 1, so is Bialy. Now he has to turn the timings off. He's got the kill, but Flamey's there. If he had to turn back and hit Flamey, that would have been the most hyper-aware play possible from Snacks. It's on Neo, who's going to get smoked. It doesn't cover the door. It's actually just for the choke point to cross toward the bomb site. It's a double play.
Wow.
It's Taz trying to follow the footsteps, but Flamey holds both.
Really nice stuff there from Flamey. 3 kills for him that round, and Pasha found the opening frag. That's what they required. The Guardian, we saw it coming. He smoked himself up, found the kill towards Pasha, and then a really nice shot. I think we saw it off camera. He got the second one as well. Just really opened up the B bomb site for them. The rotating CT players as well, getting absolutely destroyed by Flamey in this situation. The second kill was something to marvel at as he takes down Neo and Taz, and that's going to be 6-0 now. And the money situation for VP in dire straits. Max 7 out on Pasha. He can be very strong towards that B side with this weapon, but not a single kit. Only 3 smokes. At this point, Na'Vi can just slow things down and play classic Na'Vi playstyle. Work the picks, stay together, and take advantage of the financial situation.
Well placed onto Flamey's baby toe. It takes him down now to 46 with the follow-up, and Bialy's actually going to further that still with the M4. Initially, it was 64 HP that he had on the peak. Guardian at long. A double stack again. A 3-player setup with a crossfire. 2 here, common. 3, not likely. Flash gets both. They go in and back out again. They can't find the refrag as well. Zeus was looking for him, but he gets away from it, and they find it. It all falls apart on that early aggression, and the flash timing was just slightly off. It's now just Neo that remains at long.
Absolutely right. It's very rare to see 3 players stacked towards that position. Now Neo needs to step up. He's got players towards middle and towards long A. He has got full HP though, but no utility just the M4 in hand. Really sure what his options are here. Guardian will be smoking off towards middle and facing towards danger as well. You'd assume he gets his kill, but it's actually Neo that capitalizes and brings the advantage in favor of VP now, but he still has players surrounding him.
So now it's just Edward, who doesn't have position at all. Bomb was dropped down the bottom of middle. Pasha's already pushed through the B tunnels. There's no way he's getting back to that for free. And Virtus.pro get around. It's the 7th that they finally do get into. Reset potential applies.
Absolutely, this is massive reset potential. 2 frags found, and VP did have barely any nades last round as well. They used to have a lot of rebuying to do to get all the guns on the board and defuse kits and all that sort of stuff. So if they were to lose this round, it could potentially mean a double eco coming in. You can see
Neo's
what,
ruined
3 players,
it.
4 players fully into $0. So here we go. How's he ruined it? What's he done?
We had 5-4-4-2-1. We almost had 5-4-3-2-1 on the scoreboard.
More to that, man.
Care Bear countdown.
Ah, brilliant.
Shout out to Vansili.
Yep, brilliant. Sounds good. Whatever that is. Anyway.
Smoke off on the archway. Neo's going to fall back at long, so one choke point covered by Conceal, the other covered by Aggression. Gives them a forward stance, a defensive stance for the CTs. Fairly straightforward that they've been going for this. And Pasha once more, this time without the AWP, they're going to give it toward Neo. He's going to play on the long platform and try and dance around that box. Flamey, and Seized. The same 2 last time that faced it and went down will be the same 2 that are over on that side of the map, because the rest of them are pushing toward Neo's position, who's gone more passive with this AWP. And you would expect that he's going to try and find his way onto the platform. All right, take it back. It's Taz that's going to go to platform. He's going to play at the van. I thought it was going to be the opposite and get the M4 closer, but he's actually rotating away from this. So Taz will be the player to try and sit and be effective in the back of the site.
This looks like an A split coming in. It looks like Seized and Flamey were trying to walk towards drop down. Snacks finds the first kill though, shuts it down slightly, and there it is. Guardian finding the shot onto Neo. This opens up the A site. Taz there by himself, and we have got a player in towards drop down. That's Flamey holding for the rotations.
And this is where Taz has the option. He can actually just sit and not peek in this position. And it's going to give away the fact that he's there, though. That splash will have been spotted, and oftentimes you'll see them sit. You'll see them wait and try and bait out the bomb planner to deny it. In this case, that's not going to happen. Taz already goes down, and they're just going to keep approaching the site. They're going to get all the frags required. Edward trading on Pasha means it's all onto Snacks, who did well to drop that player at the drop room to cut off that split you talked about, but in this case, not much else he can do, and the reset is very real. 7-1.
So even though they found that first kill into the drop-down area, taking down a key player there, but the fact is they still got the shot onto A. That A split still became potential because in turn it wasn't a split in the end. It's holding for rotations as being a nuisance towards that drop-down zone. That became so hard from the hole. Just Taz on the A bomb site. They knew they couldn't rotate, and the problem is for VP now, full reset coming in. $1,400 comes in. I think we've explained the money situation enough today, but basically means if you win one round and lose a subsequent, you get the lowest amount of money coming into your bank account, which is $1,400. It means you can't buy. So CT's now looking down the barrel of a double eco going forward as we enter round number 9. You can see Zeus adjusting accordingly. He's got the Mac 10 out. He can go into positions first and try and farm some cash with the SMG. CT's only invested into a Deagle and a P250. This round is almost guaranteed going in favor of Navi.
Stack again is onto the B site. Neo the only one on A this time, so they've left at least one anchor player. He's going to try and play this as passively as we can. Mentioned last time that you can sit in that position sometimes and bait it out, but Taz gets a refrag onto Edward immediately after Neo goes down, so at least something to work with, and that drops the bomb. Smoke will cover off Snacks. They won't be able to watch that bomb comfortably, and they should, yeah, and will. Zeus already has it, going to get the plant out of this. And now the round is over.
Yes, I would agree. They're just trying to save anything they can at this point. Is what, Desert Eagles and PT50s?
I think this is actually going to be a boost to try and get a quick flank out to the tunnels to get exits. Yeah. And they're failing miserably.
Yeah, they're going to probably hold towards the top middle behind the boulders and stuff like that, see if they can get anything for their money. That's round number 8 will be going into Navi's favor. And the money, let's have a look, they'll get $1,900 next round. So 3 out of the 4 players, 3 out of the 5 players could buy, 2 couldn't. That'll be Bialy and Neo. Asher will have enough for an AWP if he wanted to, or an auto sniper perhaps, you never know. So far, it's looking pretty grim. If they do manage to save an AK, that would be something, but not going to happen. Taz and Pasha remain, and not going to be finding anything here towards the end of this round. We're going to number 10 now. We'll see what kind of money they have to play over there. So they will be forcing into it. Pasha does have enough, as I said, for the AWP, but it's a very difficult situation for them. Not a single kit purchase so far. There it is, AWP. 2 smokes on Cobble Map on the CT side. It's not enough to work with, is it?
Good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, we already see how much utility is deployed out at B long alone. Drop room, it's often covered off early.
They need Pasha to do what he did before, go for that initial phase. He needs to get that kill. They can't allow Navi to fully execute and work picks here. They'll just get absolutely smothered.
This is actually the approach instead. They're going to go back to this three-pronged approach at A. It got cut off last time due to a poor timing, but it works out because Navi's waiting for this. They're actually sitting back with everyone in courtyard for the aggression, but
sure.
I almost would like to see them try and get even more from this. Instead, they're going to wait. This could still work. But as soon as this is found out, as soon as 3 players are that far away at long, and Seized is already lurking on B, if they lose 1 player, Seized instantly goes on B. If he gets 1 frag, they instantly rotate back to that site as well, because it's a long rotation for the CTs. But Snacks, he's going to actually get the advantage here. Edward and Zeus, they go down. It's only 1 frag. And surprisingly, because it's Seized that goes down on the offsite, or rather, excuse me, it was Zeus that goes down on the offsite, they are going to take this fight. They are going to go right onto A, and Snacks has Guardian. Seized already into danger, finds the response kill, but that's traded as well. So very fast response from Virtus Pro in all situations, and it's just Seized that remains.
If he can just find a couple of kills here, he might not be able to win the round. It still damages the economy, and once again, they'll be at that reset situation. This could be really interesting. He does get gifted an opportunity to take down Snacks, but checks it just in time and finds the kill onto C. So there it is. VP find their second round, and they need to drop 2 frags as well, but they need to start chaining a few rounds in a row here. Money for Navi still very strong indeed. I think Zeus had 13k at the start of this round, and that 3-man approach towards long A does pay off in the end. The crossfires work. And we're going to round number 11. So all still in the hands of VP. And Guardian picking up one as well. This is what I'm talking about. So Guardian actually sat at the bottom of the scoreboard. That's quite traditional for their T side of Cobble. He's good for getting like a couple of touches here and on the T side and maybe an opening pick, but he doesn't go absolutely nuts like he will on the CT side.
And there you go. There's an example of the early utility required. But again, Virtus Pro picking up that round. You said you wanted early aggression. It was slightly different, but still worked out. And Flamey's going to lurk toward B, which doesn't have anything in front of it. It's almost too inviting in some ways. Flamey's going to wonder what the setup is on the other side of this, and it's more passive than we've seen with Pasha out toward that chicken coop. And Bialy on statue in the site to try and get a switch. 2 players watching drop as well. C is going to deploy a lot of utility, catches Snacks off in the flash because he knows he's got to run from it, but Taz is there. That was crucial, and he's going to swap over to the AK instead. A second Molotov throw and will force Guardian back.
Now Flamey is trying to work a pick on that platform area. Does decide to fall back for now. I think a shot from Pasha was rattled off, so they know an AWP is set up in that position, and now they still have time with Edward towards long A as well. It's going to be Guardian who's going to go for the next face here, and Pasha has changed his position up, so I do like this. Maybe going for the boost here as well. This could be very interesting if he does decide to do it. Right now they're in horrible positions. They need to work out how they're going to approach this situation.
Boost from Pasha. Oh, the timing! Why doesn't he slow that down? Guardian right back into it, and a second one onto Bialy. If Pasha had just taken his second to stand, rise up, they had no idea that he was going for that face, and the shot would have been all too easy. Instead, they have to play a man behind. Back into it and make it 2 now because Neo gets caught out on the flank. Taz's job, instrumentally and infinitely harder, as he has to claw his way into the site. And Guardian, well, you saw the segment before the game. That's why everyone considers him the best in the world.
They were so apprehensive of that boost. Like, shall we do it? Shall we? Shouldn't we? Should we? Should we? They went for it, and like you said, didn't even stand up properly to take the shot. It's actually almost gifted to him. You could see him, and then they were given away, and Guardian picks up 2, and that's the round over at that stage, and that's the reset once again, Matt. They managed to win 1 round in a row before getting reset once again, and you have $1,400, and that means another eco coming in, and double figures potentially for Navi as well. They've purchased a CZ, some PT50s, but that time so far for VP as we go into round number 12.
Molotov this time early from the T zone to drop, so they want to get close to it. They want to set up for a split play onto B early. Pistols out. They may still be able to read on that, though. Taz is aware of the fact that it went down so early, but they still go. It's Edward that gets the first kill on Pasha, Flamey onto Taz. Both angles covered off, and despite a stack on the B site, it doesn't even matter if they get information or not because the frags are adding up, spiraling out of control. None in response. All 5 stay alive for Navi again.
Yeah, very simple procedure for them there. Slow things down, wait for the aggression to go into the B bomb site together and find all the frags available. Still a difficult buy here as we go into round number 13. VP, money situation is still pretty poor. Mag 7, Famas no kits. Have got the smokes this time, no incendiaries. It's going to take more of the same. After that 3-man approach towards A boost up and towards drop down. Someone needs to find a kill here. They can't allow another execution to come in from Navi. We'll see what they bring to the table here. Guardian, of course, back on the AWP. And Snacked is the one towards the Mag 7 this time.
Edward has smoke in front of him this time. It's Bialy to get aggressive. So once more, Pasha going to change his approach, play a longer angle. And it's not even out toward Chicken Coop. It's actually closer to that drop position. So they're Trying to buddy up and be able to go into a support role if they lose a man at either position, but it really left Bialy well and truly on his own, so thankfully Taz has rotated out. But in they go regardless, Na'Vi. They've got them forced back. They can go for the wall of smokes. They can cut them off entirely, but Taz would still be inside of that, and Taz is going to cause problems. He gets 2. Flamey drops as well, but Edward does respond, and that allows Guardian the space that he requires to take down Pasha. Quite frankly, with Guardian, all you need is an inch, but this is a lot more than an inch from Seized. He's got the entire back door to work with. Lurks out, thank you very much. I'll take my trigger discipline any day of the week, and that's just absolutely insult to injury.
The proverbial snake in the grass sneaks in from the connector doors there. Lovely stuff by him. As soon as you saw him jump out the window undetected, you knew that was going to be his round all day long. Taz did what he could. He's had a very quiet game so far. He picked up 2 frags as they come out. It just wasn't quite enough, and Guardian doesn't need to do anything too crazy or pretty this game. Just needs to pick up a couple of frags every now and then to get them back out of certain situations, and Seized gets him over the finish line. Round number 13. And Averico now coming in for VP. This has been a horrible CT side for them so far. 11 plays 2, and they've just got PT50s and the Desert Eagle in hand. Taz is going to be facing towards middle with that Deagle, and doesn't get punished for it just yet, and he will be falling back.
Gap in the smoke, as always, as it bounces off the box. Pasha wants to use it to his advantage, then Seized tries to do the same. It's Edward instead, though, that takes down Taz at long A. Snacks and Bialy are going to try and rotate quickly, and Snacks to the back of the site might have a chance on approach. If he can buy himself some space, he's going to wait. He's going to try and pop this flash at the most opportune moment, but they're coming from both sides, and they haven't actually walked out much beyond the stable, so even though the flash is there, there's no distance that's been closed, and therefore the 5-7 from that range isn't going to be as effective. He's now in a world of trouble. Look at how many players around him. He manages to get one and stays alive significantly longer than I thought.
There it is, 12 plays 2 now. Another simple procedure there for Navi, just dropping 1 player, which is Flamey. That's once again VP. They've just not got their money on track this. It can be such a difficult procedure on the CT side. If you don't win the pistol and you're not winning gun rounds, you're only winning 1 every now and then, you're never going to have full buys. And it's such a hard task on the CT side of Cobble here. They go to the last round now. They have got cash this time. Not a single AWP though. Everyone's on M4s. No kits once again, but they have got the utility. Incendiary, smoke grenades, flashbangs. Still, double AWP setup for Navi this time. It's going to be Zeus joining in the fun with Guardian. Looking like they'll be slowing things down, just trying to work the picks.
Do anything. And it seems to work for them, whether it's picks, fast plays, or smoke executions from Na'Vi. Pasha this time in toward the archway. Tons of money, so therefore tons of Molotovs that very commonly do cover that ground. Flamey's waiting for the flash in as well.
3 AWPs now for Navi.
Why not? I assume they juggled it. Yeah, they did. Yeah. Edward's got the AK. Actually, so does Zeus.
Just bringing them all with them. Why not? I think they've left them at spawn. They were looking for the initial picks, and he pushes from the CT, then go back and get the AKs and go into something normal.
And that's actually because it's a lot quicker than juggling them the whole way.
Yeah.
Obviously, that takes a moment. Each step you throw a gun, you've kind of got to stutter a bit. So they wanted to get to the positions quickly, and now they've got the AKs. So it's still viable, it's still effective, and now they've got the required weaponry, excuse me. Elmer Fudd showing up in this broadcast for a moment, but they've got it in position to go ahead and go for the execute, but that means going by Taz, who gets a hat trick from the bottom of drop. Suddenly things looking good for him as Pasha's going to close on Edward. The most convincing round yet comes from Virtus Pro late, and Pasha somehow turns back to find Zeus, who looked like he had him dead to rights.
Well, there it is. Finally, they show up. It's round number 15. They're not out of it just yet. We have said before, the CT side of Navi, that's where they do struggle. So I don't think this is a foregone conclusion. Obviously, 12-3 is a very convincing scoreline indeed, but Navi CT, it has to be said, isn't fantastic. So if VP can win the pistol here, we've seen it a few times this tournament. 12-3s don't automatically mean complete success here. It's a great scoreline, but I feel like there's a few more twists and turns just yet, Matthew. Yeah? No? What do you think?
I want to agree with you for the sake of excitement and a storyline, but this is a really tough task for Virtus Pro. Now, the one thing everyone's going to say, and we kind of touched on it as well, is we saw one really good game from them yesterday in a field of manure in a lot of ways, that one patch of grass.
Yeah.
But I don't want to say that this has been an economic struggle more so than an actual gameplay struggle. Sure, the frags, you look at that scoreboard that we just had no one in the double digits yet for them. Again, this is a very hard map to play without utility and guns in the CT side. They were kind of a victim of being the reset 2 times in a row.
But there's no reason why they can't do that to Navi as well.
That's the point. Well, exactly. So you pistol around, getting it going again. For the sake of a storyline and being the optimist, I believe, but this is a really tough
the last game
order.
of the day, Matthew, we want to see it happen. We want to see it go the distance. We don't want to see a 16.
78 rounds?
Maybe not that at this time, but I wouldn't mind an overtime. A single overtime would be fine. I would like that. It'd be
just one though.
We could get so much hype going if we got to that. Imagine the hype levels.
It's true. It's true. Tons of hype. It's been actually a very exciting major. The storylines, speaking of, in terms of excitement for fans, have already been incredible. Envious defending champions down in 2 straight maps to none other than Gambit that put the final nail in the coffin. And I have to say that final nail in the coffin might, in fact, be the case. There's a lot of questions already circulating about what happens with that roster, but they'll now play off against CLG. Liquid.
I was going to say Liquid.
I'm sorry.
That was my storyline.
Sorry.
Liquid taking down Fnatic in double overtime. Was it double or triple? It's double, I think. Maybe triple.
Why do I not remember? I was too excited.
It doesn't matter. They beat them in overtime.
No, it was triple.
Triple overtime. It was a really exciting game. Lots of huge individual performances, and it looks like we are ready to get into our own game right now. This is VP versus Natus Vinciria just joining us. Navi sat on the T side and 1-12-3. They'll be switching over to CT right now, and they will be purchasing up 4 sets of armor. If they are to win this pistol, it puts them in a fantastic position going forward, and VP will have a very difficult time getting back into this. But like I said, if VP managed to do this one, I wouldn't be surprised if they made this very close indeed.
Smoke out on the alleyway, Seized already fading away from that position out in the drop room. So they're going to cover off from Connector, allow for a potential split. Flamey and Edward will watch out toward long. Pasha's still in spawn. Yeah, I think there's an issue.
There's always an issue when we get excited.
Well, it was, to be fair, it was Pasha that had it at the start of the game as well, so perhaps something recurring on that PC, but they'll take a minute to fix this. Obviously.
Well, I can have a look at the buy at least. You can see Navi did have 4 sets of armor, Kit on towards Seized, and having a look at VP as well. They didn't have a raid boss. They had Pasha on the Tech 9, P250s, a couple of smokes and flashbangs. Are they going into this? Yeah, it's fine. We're back.
Apparently we are.
Okay.
There was a vote called, but
back to casting.
Admins were standing behind Pasha, but play on as the call, and Pasha is moving again now. He was actually starting to move once the call was made, so did eat some time up, but it's a pistol round. Typically, they go fast as it is. There's a decent amount of utility. 3 players, in fact, that bought. 4 players that bought for Virtus Pro, so they were looking for execution. It's going to be onto the A side, who has Seized occupying it as well as Zeus, and it's Seized that gets the first. It's traded, though, by Taz, and immediately after, Bialy finds the second man in the site. It's going to be the rotations that have to suffice. No kits remain on Navi either, and with a bomb plant down, perhaps that's the new meta. Let's just go AFK and spawn. It's a matchmaking strat, but it works out because Virtus Pro have the site and a potential to make this a game.
Well, there it is, 4-on-2. Edward and Guardian on the retake. They have not got the kit just yet, and still 4 kills to find at this point. Guardian doing everything he can, but Snack's playing a clever game, not giving too much away now. Wants to just make sure he delays him as much as possible and guarantees the bomb. Not going to happen though, as Guardian picks up his first. And a second as well, and Edward gets one, and now a 2-on-1. They've picked up the kit as well. This becomes possible. Can they do it? Bialy goes down as well, bomb ticking away. If they can get the defuse in right now, they should be okay, and they're actually going to do it.
They picked up a kit. They picked up a kit. That's insane that it falls apart.
Are you kidding? 4-on-2? That's horrible from VP.
That's
That's horrible.
That's the only way back into the game. We were about to say I literally said the line.
Passion's
making a game out of this, a chance to make a game out of this, and suddenly that is incredible.
That's gross. A 4-on-2, like I said, all they were doing was trying to delay it at that point. Didn't have to face actually at all. The fact that Snacks was even facing there was questionable, but I was giving them the benefit of the doubt. Said, oh, he's actually stayed alive. It's not too bad. As soon as he went down, the round just fell apart completely, and that's potentially the game as well. They had a 4-on-2 on the A bomb site. They had to retake from the connector doors and balcony, right? Those are 2 of the hardest positions.
Tiny choke points.
That's what the only places the T's going to be looking at, right? The bomb's down. They didn't have a kit at the time as well. All VP had to do was not face. Just have a crossfire on the bomb site. 1 player towards long A, 1 player in middle.
I tried to build up this like, oh, we saw 1 game, but it's not so bad. It was just economy. I can't defend that one.
That was horrendous from VP. That was a real chance for them to, like I said, if they won that pistol, they could have got the 3-0 and slowly but surely edge them way back into this and just break the economy down to the CTs. But after that, I'm not so sure they deserve to actually have that opportunity. That's really disappointing.
That's absolutely disappointing. It puts Navi within 3 of winning, and they'll have 2 rounds, although bomb plant, so could get guns out early still for Virtus Pro, and we will see that. We definitely will, given the situation with the scoreline. But they're going to put themselves at 14 rounds here before a response.
They have the option to get the guns out in the second round if they wanted to. They could get Galils and drop them around. That is an option. We have seen it a couple of times this tournament, actually.
It might actually be viable considering.
Well, it's 13-3 right now, right? Yeah. So you either go all in and you don't allow Navi to get to 14, or you wait till the 3rd round and then you've got a massive uphill struggle. It's a big balls maneuver, I have to say, but.
And you see on the screen, okay, we actually don't. You see us.
Hi.
I'm sorry you see us. But the statistic that's in the game, the little memo at the top of the screen, Virtus Pro beat G2 to get into this game. Virtus Pro beat Cloud9, who are now out, as we saw this morning. But G2, Virtus Pro beat them 16-1, smashed them. And then G2 looked a much better team against Cloud9, did the same to them. You have to think they want revenge. They want blood against Virtus Pro. And they might get it. They're that close.
Well, it's not going to be the full investment into this one, as I speculated before. It's going to be more of a modest buy here. Some PG-50s and a flashbang. You can see Navi preparing themselves as well. They're going to have 3 rifles and 2 SMGs in the form of a UMP and the MP9. 4 players for VP so far towards the B side of the map. We have got Neo with the Glock towards the top of middle. Not really sure what he's hoping to achieve up there, but he's scouting for a little bit of intel at the start and will be joining his teammates now.
Bomb Flash does force seized away. He's got the MP9, and when he turns back, it's going to work out. He just sprays them all down. The window's sewed shut. Bomb drop flung forward. Pasha has to kill to get it. He's got one, but that's all he will find because Guardian is there with the M4.
Wow.
And it's 2 now for Na'Vi.
Very nice spray down there from C's, just holding the window. Pop Flash does come in from VP, but it's not enough to hold him off as he farms a lot of cash there. And we go into the first gun round, I guess. The Orbs actually come out for Guardian as well. They want to close this one out right here, right now. They don't want to mess around with the bonus rounds. As we go into number 18, it's going to be 5 AKs for VP. They have got a relatively decent amount of utility as well. 4 smokes, no Molotovs, and a few flashbangs. We'll see what they can do with this one. C's is keeping the UMP. The Guardian, he is the absolute star of the CT side on Cobble. He can make absolute phenomenal things happen. We'll be facing towards long 8, and of course he hits a shot. Takes down Bialy, spots the bomb as well. CT can start rotating, and that's a very unfavorable angle traditionally for the CTs. He's not done just yet, though. What a shot on the Snacks as well. Somehow he hits it. Snacks had that all day long, surely.
What in God's name is Guardian made of? That is so ridiculous. And there's the difference between mobility in AWP players. Specifically in this map, you've got 2 of the most contrasting styles. Pasha, who's a little bit more turret style, traditional. Edward's going to find Pasha. That's too easy on the entry. And then you've got Guardian, who's known to take shots like that on Catwalk, jump out the window on Mirage. Catwalk does too, I mean. And then this. Out, pick, Snacks has him dead. You have to think that's 9 times out of 10, any other situation, and he just nails the shot. That's so ridiculous.
So sick. This guy, we had a video playing before this game saying who's the best AWP in the world, and he proves it time and time again. This guy is absolutely electric. But 5 on 2 now. Taz and Neo remain. They have to try and do something with this. They can't back down. They have to see if anything's possible, and that's going to help. Neo finds the first shot, takes down Zeus. Is there any life there?
Well, Taz seems to think so, but the big horse in the stables has to find 3 more. Guardian low on HP after the initial exchange, but again, AWP in his hands, you never rule him out. He's got Flamey. Down to 2 versus 1. Guardian misses the shot, gives away his position. There's a chance at this, but watch the secondary player. Edward is buying time. He's trying to approach and catch him off. He won't even need to. Guardian's there. And it's now map point for Na'Vi. Nationwide arena point for Na'Vi as they want to advance immediately into the quarterfinals.
That was the 5 on 2. And it looked like Taz and Neo did everything they could to actually get into that one. There was potential there. When Taz had the shot into Guardian with 13 HP, I thought there was a real chance, but Guardian hits the 3rd kill. And what a nuts round that was from him. As we go into potentially the last of this matchup. It's going to be 15-3 in favor of Navi, and the money for VP is looking very bad indeed. 4 pistols, Taz on towards the Galil, and they'll be focusing heavily towards middle here, but Guardian ready once again. Doesn't land the shot this time, but could have a second bite of the cherry here.
Of course, he stays in the corner too. Most ops run for the hills at that point. He sits. Doesn't work out for him this time, but it just goes to show the confidence that he has. Flamey gets 1 in return, but the 2 kills from the Tech-9s now picking up guns to complement that Galil. Maybe enough to get this bomb into position, and it is now on the site. Question is, how strong will their post-plant positions be? Bialy's yet to cross, so he can stay on the ramp. They're going to save it. Yeah, this is early on.
Well, to be fair, Guardian, he did go for the face, and normally he would hit a shot like that, but the flash goes off at perfect time for them, and they managed to capitalize and stay alive for yet another round here. And they managed to pick up an AWP and keep the Galil as well. They haven't managed to salvage anything else just yet, but that was the Hail Mary play. Rush middle, hope for the best. 1 flashbang was the separation there between Guardian taking them all down, or them finding the kill. So I think this is clever from Navi. They probably could have had some justification going for the retake, but it's just not required at this point. Keep the money fresh. Let's just finish this properly. Let's not get ourselves into a rut. Let's VP do find a lifeline here in round number 19. 15 plays 4 now, and Bialy with the AWP. You'd assume he'll chuck that over to Neo or Pasha. 11 in a row required. Stay alive in the last game of today.
Stranger things have happened. But between two juggernauts in the biggest tournament in the history of Global Offensive, this would be nearly impossible for Virtus Pro. They've got a chance. These guns, these AKs, one held by Edward and M4's held, means that Guardian can go back to the AWP. It gives them a real chance to break Virtus Pro again early on, but this is the last-ditch effort. Pasha's already set to cover off with Snacks at long, so Guardian not going to be as comfortable to try and take an early peek. Naturally, as he didn't quite have the spawn for it either, they're going to play a more passive approach and boost him up. Late smoke means he can actually shuffle into a better position. There's a gap in it. He finds Pasha. Takes advantage of everything you give him, this guy. Do not make an error with Guardian on the map.
Yeah, lovely stuff from him. This time he's towards the upper platform, and Snacks does pick up the orb. He's trying to find the kill onto Guardian. Is this a good idea? I'm not so sure. And Bialik does try and find the kill on towards Seized.
And Snacks actually did spot him crossing over. He knows he's in there. Because even though there was flames in his way, he saw the shot, but he still pops out. Molotov thrown. Snacks didn't have the gun in his hands. Thankfully, Bialy and Neo are going to offset the difference and bring it back to their favor. But my God, Guardian.
Sick stuff from him, but still the man advantage lies with VP. 3 plays 2 now. They will be making their way toward the A bomb site as well. Flamey in the balcony has to find one here and deny them crossing to the bomb site. It's going to be too late, but he does get the first kill on Bialy and a double as well. 2-on-1. This could be it. Taz takes him down now. 1-on-1. Edward versus Taz.
All for the game as well. Taz, he's going to try and get toward this bomb site quickly and get this bomb down. Remember the hut. It's made of brick and mortar. It's going to defend him in doing so, but he's actually trying to bait out Edward. He heard that vent break. He knows he's inside the small hut, but a good angle held by Edward. He's crouched. He's got the angle covered off, and Taz did not have an easy shot. And that's going to do it. Na'Vi will take it 16-14.
Lovely play from Edward there. Great awareness. Like most players would obviously assume they're going to plant the bomb there, but he had a game plan there, and he stuck with it and finishes off in style as well. So VP did what they could in the second round after losing the pistol. Picked up that first gun, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Navi just way too strong today. And you have to say, there was hope in the second half. It wasn't over there at 12-3, but that pistol round, the 4-on-2 situation, Matt, that was pretty devastating to watch. I felt a bit heartbroken after that.
I mean, there's no defending that one. That's a win every day. It doesn't matter who you're playing, doesn't matter what skill you are, you need to win those rounds. That's incredible. And again, it was the chance for them to try and get back into this game. We said it, momentum can be a thing. GT sides, Na'Vi, not even that strong at times on this map. So definitely was available, but that's heartbreaking. They do go against G2 again. They'll have confidence knowing they 16-1 them on day one.
Yeah.
But I think it's a much different G2 now.
The thing is as well, if you think about what we said about Guardian going into this one, it was so testament to that game. So he went into the first half, bottom fragging, like pretty convincingly as well. Had some couple of interesting moments. As soon as he gets on the CT half, top fragging, of course, finishes like 20 frags, just completely owns them in the first gun round, goes to face long A, and just...
And the shot on Snacks in the stairwell. Like, not even that face, like, not even getting that aggressive. It's just like the recovery from it, too. He was alone. That's the type of thing. When you have a guy like Guardian, you often see the buddy system. We talk about having a rifle, playing it close to your op for that reason. He gets the pick, he falls back, rifle's there to cover it.
Yeah.
They just leave him on his own, and he still finds a way. Just, all right, no problem, guys. You guys go to B. I got A. Map much easier. Who better to talk to?
I don't know. Maybe Guardian?
I was hoping it was going to be Starix. I guess we'll put up with Guardian. He's standing by with Puckett.
That's right, guys. You will see the world's greatest AWPer in Nationwide Arena here come Friday. Guardian, congratulations on another quarterfinals appearance. How do you feel the team is playing right now? After 2 games, you've only given up 13 rounds.
Well, it feels good inside the team as well. We are not arguing anymore. So, yeah, it feels good, and we feel like we have a strong team spirit at the moment. We like cheer for each other and stuff. So, yeah, it feels so good.
Now, coming into the quarterfinals, we've already seen some major upsets. Liquid will be representing America. Meanwhile, Fnatic still has to fight for a spot in the quarterfinals. Who do you hope to be facing off against when it comes to bracket play?
Well, we are ready to face anyone, any team. So we don't really care who are we gonna face. We know that we can beat any team in this tournament, and it will be all about mistakes. So I don't really mind who will we play.
Is this the strongest Na'Vi that you have played with?
I would say so.
Strongest Na'Vi, another big win here to close out the evening. Guardian, I'll let you go celebrate with the team, my friend. Desk, it's time to wrap this baby up.
Thank you, Chris, and there you have it. We have now booked our 4th quarterfinalist and we're going to very soon at the end of this broadcast show you who they're all going to end up playing or the options of who they can play. So let me bring the guys in real quick. Again, Guardian and the crew did exactly what they needed to do. Interesting in that interview, you know, when I interviewed Guardian several times at Cluj, he would always say, we fight all the time, we're always arguing, like we're not nice to each other generally. And and now obviously they're very nice to each other. They're not arguing anymore. So they maybe fix some of those communication issues or those stress issues. And again, they're well on their way to maybe getting to another final.
I mean, you tend to fight less when you don't even give up enough rounds in 2 maps to win a map.
Yeah, what do you fight about, right?
I know,
Yeah, that's true.
Not a lot to fight about. I'll be more wondering when they get to a big series and they're deep in the hole and they're getting wrecked. That's when you wonder if the old demons will come up again. But I agree with him. I think actually at the moment, Na'Vi is the strongest I've ever seen them. I mean, they famously actually disappointed us at ESL1 Cologne last year. They came into that pretty strong off the summer and everyone was like, oh, maybe they could actually have a chance to win. And that was the one where they disappointed a bit actually and just went out in the round of 8. So they were strong at Cluj-Napoca. I think this is the first one where they really could win the major this time.
And again, they win both pistols. Again, dominating performance. And again, you brought up like why Virtus Pro picked that side to start, and obviously it didn't work out well for them. Do you think even if they would have gone the other route, the way that match turned out, that even that would have mattered?
I think the score could have been a little bit closer, but I think it was still going to be a Na'Vi win, and that was a very convincing win. That pistol round in the second half was just like so indicative of the Virtus Pro that we have in the field right now. Just, I mean, what a collapse that we don't normally see from a team with that much experience and that much talent on it. Yeah, like that terrace half, if they had started on that side, I think maybe they could have gotten towards 8, 9, maybe 10 rounds. But Na'Vi, yeah, this is such a strong version of Na'Vi. It's been going on for so long. Now they have such a good supporting cast that's consistently backing up Guardian if he's ever having an issue, ever having a bad game, and they're just a really scary team in this tournament.
Definitely. I mean, Navi's T side on Cobble, we were talking about it when VP already picked the CT side to play on. They needed to have something in store for them. The problem is on the CT side on Cobble that, besides a couple of setups like going with three people towards long A, which VP did, it was how they won 1 of 3 rounds in that first half. There's not much you can do. It comes down mostly to individuals' performance and good communication, and it was obvious that VP wasn't on point in this game. And it's not just that Na'Vi won 12 rounds, it's just that most of those rounds were pretty convincing. VP didn't even have a chance to win them. It's not like there were a lot of clutches in the game and it just didn't go their way. It was just a dominant performance all around from Na'Vi.
I mean, we came from Astralis, who were the CT side monsters. Like I said, with Astralis, you never know until you've seen the full CT side what they're going to be capable in the game. Na'Vi are, to me, one of the absolute scariest T-side teams. Like, they're the team where, I said this yesterday when they were playing Cloud9, obviously, like, even if early on you're doing well on your CT side against them, you just know, like, if there's still 7 or 8 rounds left on T side, they could get 7 or 8 more rounds. Like, they're that crazy. And I've noticed actually their T sides are exceptional in as much as it feels like they're always like feeling things out early on. And as soon as they lock into like 1 or 2 things that work, they're just like, we're going to run this over and over again until you prove you can stop it. Like, they don't just keep varying up and all these fakes and stuff. They just run what keeps working over and over and over again. And if you can't stop it, you just end up giving up rounds and hemorrhaging like Virtus Pro did here.
And I also think this is where, the fact that they're more calm in-game now is pretty important, because what that means is when you tilt because of 1 round, it's usually because someone made a stupid mistake and you lost a round you shouldn't have lost. But that then affects a couple of following rounds because you're either arguing about it, and then the game is not over at that point. Because of that 1 round, you can still come back. And I think they finally realized that, and that's why now they're in a position where they can always come back, win consecutive rounds, even after maybe they lose a round here or there because of a mistake.
And again, Virtus Pro is not out of the tournament. They do have a best of 3 tomorrow against G2. And let's go ahead and kind of bring you guys up to speed. We're going to walk you through all the brackets and the groups so far. So we'll start with Group A and let you take a look at how we got to where we are right now. And obviously you can see Luminosity made it all the way through the upper bracket. They have now booked a spot. Dropping down, and we have Mouse Sports and Ninjas in Pajamas. They will be playing a best of 3 tomorrow to see who else also comes out. Going on to Group B. Again, we'll do this really quickly for you guys. You guys probably watched all this. You read all the websites. Again, same kind of concept. Liquid, again, surprise, I think, a lot of people. Not only beating FaZe, but certainly that match against Fnatic. Top-notch play by them all around. And then, as you can see, that very unexpected. Fnatic sitting in the bottom of their group, having to play FaZe to get out of the group. It would be quite crazy if Fnatic were to lose that one and not be in Nationwide. And then going on to Group C. And again, CLG, again, gets through, but then has to fall down. They will take on Gambit Gaming tomorrow. And then, obviously, Astralis moved through as well. So they're going to sit and wait and play at Nationwide. In our last group, Group D, which you just saw one of the matches of, Na'Vi and Virtus Pro, obviously very dominant in performance. Both games by Na'Vi. Virtus Pro drops down to play G2 tomorrow. Again, a best of 3, and then that team will move forward. And then let's really talk about what this is all about. What does this all mean, Scoots? That's great. You caught me up, but who's going to play who? This is where it gets real nutty, folks. So, based on how the rules all work, one of the major rules of the whole process is if a team was in your group, you cannot meet that team again until the finals. So that creates a whole lot of logic on how this is built. But that's the matchups that we have so far set for you. So obviously all the teams that have a slash are those teams that are playing tomorrow. The winner of that matchup will play the single team. So obviously Na'Vi taking on NIP or Mouse Sports. Fnatic, FaZe is going to take on Astralis. Team Liquid sitting there waiting for CLG Gambit. And obviously, as we just saw, Virtus Pro has to now play G2 with Luminosity sitting there. Gentlemen, let's talk about this, starting with you, Duncan.
Well, the first takeaway I have is Luminosity has a wide open path to go to the final of the major. Like, they will be favored against any of those teams that they face up to the majors final. So we know they're the team who've made the most improvements since the last major. What a great storyline it would obviously be if they made it to the major final and contended with the title. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, who've done everything they were supposed to do, might be have to play Fnatic in the semi-finals. I think the big storyline everyone's looking for, the two in terms of the matchups that are really scary is Astralis won their match, and their gift is they might have to play Fnatic in the first round of the playoffs. And then the other one, if you're a North American fan, is that basically we're going to have a matchup where one of these three teams, Team Liquid, CLG, or Gambit, is going to the semi-finals of this major. Now, none of these teams were favored to, and that obviously means Team Liquid, actually their reward for winning the Fnatic matches, they're going to have one of the easiest quarterfinals you can actually get in a major. So maybe we can actually see Adren, we could see Dosia, we could see Tariq, we could see these players playing in the semi-final of a major. That's what's crazy, I think.
And to just piggyback on that exact same point, if CLG were to beat Gambit, in the arena, we're going to see North America take on North America. No one really thought any North American teams might make it in, except for our buddy Moses. He picked the wrong one. So that would be crazy as well.
Of course. Yeah, naturally.
And again, I think your point is so spot on. Luminosity, like, the road is paved right now for them.
Yeah.
I think it's cool. We essentially could have, like, 3 matchups during every stage, quarterfinal, semifinal, and at the actual grand final, obviously, where this is like a grand final quality match. I mean, you think Fnatic, Astralis, that's a matchup that we could expect to see in a grand final. You go to the semis, we're expecting to see, Astralis or Fnatic versus Na'Vi. That could be a grand final. So at every stage of this, I mean, there's potential for just a grand final game at every single day in Nationwide, which is insane. That's really, really awesome.
Yeah, and also, just a reminder for everyone, from now on, it's all best of 3s. Best of 1s are done. And then we have one more graphic we want to show you. We're going to bring up the actual schedule so you see how the order is. I'm pretty sure it might be the exact same order. We're going to show you tomorrow's schedule, actually. Again, 4 matches tomorrow, all best of 3s. Loser goes home. Winner is going to move on into that other bracket. You can see what we're starting with. Ninjas in Pajamas and Mouse Sports. Fnatic FaZe, that's going to be crazy. Gambit CLG, and then G2 Esports and Virtus Pro. Of these 2 matchups, or these 4 matchups, guys, your initial thoughts or kind of ideas about these 4 groupings?
I mean, the most exciting one to me has to be the last one, G2 versus VP. Okay, yeah, VP got smashed by Na'Vi here, but VP also had their own great game against G2 earlier. But the G2 that turned up today and destroyed Cloud9 was not the G2 getting utterly wrecked. So I think what's interesting there is, obviously, we know VP is a great team. They've done a lot. But will Existence break his curse? I mean, Adren broke his curse. Skadoodle didn't today. Will Existence make his second ever major round of 8? I mean, for someone so tenured, so decorated, it's amazing he's made so few. So
well
can he break that
well.
curse? I think that's the one that I think has so many questions for me and so many potentially interesting answers.
And I agree with that one. I also think that the NIP Mouse Sports one is going to be interesting because obviously NIP having to play with a stand-in, not something that they would want, and Mouse Sports was not looking good today, even had that crazy game against Flipside Quad overtime or whatever it was. And will they manage to pull through in the game against NIP and make it into the top 8, which would be an amazing feat for a team like Mouse Sports? For sure.
And then, I mean, CLG has a chance here against Gambit. And then you got to think, if they win that, that's a guaranteed North American team in the semifinal, which is like just a flat-out guarantee for a North American team, which is pretty insane.
Shocking.
That's the secret. All North America has to do is only play itself and then one of Master win.
Yeah. Why not?
we've figured out that we've cracked the code of majors. Who would have thought?
I'm just going to tell you, by the way, Moses, if Team Liquid makes the semis, I'm just going to say it's all down to Simple, that good European boy who delivered.
You would.
The secret to having a really good North American team is start removing North American players one by one, and then eventually,
we're never
got the answer. Got the answer.
We found the formula. Yeah. I mean, we've all been expecting that to happen over time, anyways.
Yeah.
It was some European players being brought into North American teams, and I mean, them having this kind of success might just kind of spur that forward. There's no reason not to. That Fnatic phase one. I mean, I know we're all kind of looking over it because it's Fnatic. And FaZe hasn't really impressed anyone recently, but there's a lot of skill in that team. And if Fnatic players are going to come out flat, I mean, you can think the match that Olaf Meister had today against Liquid, very much like one of those maps where he was just kind of felt a little bit like non-existent almost, and he was very much disappeared during that. And if that happens again, I mean, that's one of these big weaknesses. We've seen Fnatic struggle at times, and it's always been Olaf Meister who's carried them through like large stretches of their success when the rest of the teammates aren't stepping up. So now that if he's not going to be an option, Fnatic could be in real trouble in that matchup.
Also, just as a final note, the thing we didn't note is Fnatic's route through the tournament. So when he was saying there all these potential finals, if Fnatic does win this major, which it looked like they were destined to before, they won all the tournaments, they were in the sickest form you've ever seen, they will have to beat probably Astralis, Na'Vi, Luminosity. So if they can win it, you've got to just like bow down at that point in time.
Because those
you've
are
essentially
the other,
just beat everyone in the world. Like, which the best?
Well, those are the exact other three teams you'd put in the top 4
exactly,
in the world at the moment.
That's a pretty sexy storyline if the boring #1 team still wins the tournament,
Well, hopefully they can bounce back. Trolling. All right, folks, that's going to do it for us. A fabulous day 2. Great Counter-Strike. We set some major records with our overtimes. Crazy nutty stuff. But we're only, well, actually, we're not even halfway through. I was going to say we're halfway through. We're only day 2 of day 6. We have 6 days of this craziness. So please be sure to join us tomorrow. Again, one more day here in the MLG Arena, figuring out the last 4 teams to move to the mighty nationwide sold-out arena Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Tickets are all sold out. Sorry you can't come live, but you can certainly watch it from home. That's going to do it for us at the desk. On behalf of everyone here in the arena, players, casters, analysts, the people in production, thank you for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow morning bright and early.
ดูสิ เป็นคลื่นแล้ว ด้วยแผ่นสปีดเวฟช่วยดูดซับปัสสาวะอย่างรวดเร็ว เพราะมีแนวซึมซับความเปียกชื้นและระบายอากาศก้นหมูจึงแห้งสบายมามีโปโกะแห้งสบายในซึมเปื้อน
โอเคแป๊บนะครับน้องไม่ใช่นี่เหรอหรือว่าไม่ใช่เหรอ
คุณกลัวไหมที่จะสูญเสียความทรงจำความทรงจำที่คุณบันทึกทุกช่วงเวลาดีๆเก็บไว้ ช่วงเวลาที่คุณอยากเก็บมันไว้ให้นานที่สุด แต่ตอนนี้มันกำลังจะเลือนหายไป และมันก็เปราะบางเกินกว่าที่คุณจะกู้กลับคืนมาได้เสี้ยววินาทีที่คุณกำลังจะไม่เหลืออะไร คุณกลัวไหม ผมไม่กลัว ความกลัวแบบเดิมๆจะหายไป แต่ทุกความทรงจำจะยังคงอยู่ Samsung Galaxy S7 เปียกแค่ไหนก็ไม่กลัว
general.
ดูสิเป็นคลื่นแล้วด้วยแผ่นสปีดเวฟช่วยดูดซับปัสสาวะอย่างรวดเร็วเพราะมีแนวซึมซับความเปียกชื้นและระบายอากาศก้นหมูจึงแห้งสบายมามีโปโกะแห้งสบายในซึมเปื้อน
I think certainly not. I mean, obviously teams like a Virtus Pro, like FaZe, I think these teams all would have been under threat potentially if they'd have ever